Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は353日目です。It is day 353. Today is level up day. Level 34, we go. Nothing much else to report, right? This won't be a 0 for tomorrow. It's going to be all our new lessons. New levels have been kind of okay. I guess they're a little bit on the lower side, actually. Anyway, let's get into it before I take my break for our level up. 181 feels like 2 levels on top of the existing one. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. 豪華徳島県Okay. Alright. Koichi. Okay. Whoops. Sochi. Okay. いくつすくかびとみ忠告裏切りOops. 天皇異常徳川すだち均等愛する倉庫加藤恋愛内定 散歩散歩
奮上尊いはい。
Uh-oh. Nope.異なる交渉
皇族
皇族
股関節
股関節 That's something different than
常
常
識
識半径
垂らす
原
原
因
因
幻覚
おの
粉
粉
吐く
吐くあwhat? Yes, to sweep is better. Sure.
諸君
諸君
忠
充
実
実驚く北アメリカ
泥水
泥水秘訣 Oops. Ah! Oh wait. It's relatively the same, honestly. Various. Let me author.
著
著
しい
しい Okay. Oops.
陸軍
陸軍陸軍
除外
了解了解 I thought it was Atama. 了解
救急車
An AN
飛 花
花粉
粉症
症
大
大
陸
陸
嘆
嘆
く
く
探
探
偵
偵
いくら
尋問
墓
墓平
平均
均
菜
菜
食
食菜食
掃除
掃除
幻
幻
朱印灰
灰
色
色
華
華
やか
やか否定あOh, oops.
冬
冬
散る
散る
いや
いや
富士山
富士山
愛
愛以
異常
上よあOK
愛
愛
人
人
棒
棒
皇
皇
室
室
著作
著作おHuh. So what? Fish? I. Hmm. can't think of another read for. Maybe it's the front read that's correct. No. What?
Bogai.
Hoang, okay. Sure. Interesting. Oh. Wait.
幾何学。
幾何学。
武装野
野
菜
菜。
クモの巣
帯。
道徳裏切る
服
服
装。
装。愛
愛情。
情。
裏
裏
通り。
通り。幻
幻想
想。
孫
孫。
書
砂糖。
砂糖。
トム。
トム。そう。
装
装
い
い。装い。or 装い。
尊敬。
不
不
詳。
詳。
そこ
そこ。
異
異
性。
性。
地帯。
体。
稼働
稼働。おう、稼働。愛
愛
国
国心
心。へりくつ。
裏
裏
口。
口。お、
日常。
以上。
敬語
英語。なん、お、常ね、
常に
常に、常に、
干
干
渉
渉。
試合、
試合、宣
宣伝
伝、Oops、
監
監
禁
禁、
寒
寒
天
天、海
海岸、
岸、外
外交官
交官、
雑誌、
雑誌、うーん、oh, oh. Wait.
垂直、
垂直、
探求
探求、
墓地
墓地、署
署名
名、
探す裏
裏、
筋
筋、
家賃
家賃、
蜂
蜂
の巣
の巣、
金星
金星、
探索
観測、
窓、
窓、
解散、
解散、
恋
恋、
川
川
底、
底、
宣言、
宣言、宣言、
ク
プラ
ラス、
ス、
意義
意義、
煮る
煮る、心
心底、
底、
股
股間、
幾度
幾度。Wait, I saw multiple things there. Iku tabi. Interesting.
知
知
識
識。Um,
詳細山
山
脈
脈
貨
貨
物
物
失
失
恋
恋失恋失恋 or good enough 愛
愛知県
知県Oh, wait. Oops.
意識
Also typo. 意識
尋
尋
ねる
ねる演
演奏
奏
驚
驚
嘆
嘆 Oops. Eh.
直径
OK.
盛る
る灰
灰皿
皿
噂
噂
感
感
覚
覚
窓口
肺病
肺病
覗く
覗く
子孫
子孫子孫直
直
線
線野暮
こう
へ
え
通貨
簡
簡単
単風
風
詳
詳
しい
しい
泥
泥
筋
筋
肉
肉
用
用
心棒
心棒
身体
인타이.
はい
하이.
초샤.
초샤.
무토.
무토. All right. 30 minutes. Wow, that took me longer than I thought. 30 minutes to do 180. All right. That's a level up. We're going to take a quick break before we hit our lessons, our level 34 lessons. I'll be right back. Gonna go stretch and walk around a little bit. Alrighty. Exciting part of our WaniKani schedule. Get to do our lessons. Alright, let's see what trouble we're gonna get into here. Simple. Makes sense. 大意 wait, not 大意 简单 no. Oh no, I'm getting all of them mixed up. Hang on. 简 I'm thinking of 简单 建议 Oh no. it's alright, it'll come back to me. Let's see. So I guess this would then be yo. So like Kanyo. Oh, kanyi. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. Yi. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Kanyi. Okay. Oh, that's a bit of a mix up. Hold up. Gotta sort this out now. I'm thinking of Jiandan, but right, Jiandan. I don't think. I'm not sure. No. Yeah, no, it doesn't work outside Jiandan. Okay. At the moment. Okay. Kanyi is fine. Next one to extend. I guess we're using oh no, we're not. I mean, I doubt it's kaku. Maybe it's like hiru. Oh, it does say this too. Does the kanji look familiar? Kind of like, yeah, hirui, perhaps. It's less common. This is less common in narrower counterpart. Okay, it used to describe enlarged. Oh no, wait, but that's not hiru, is it?
広がる
I mean, hiro, not hiru. Sorry, hiro. Okay, it's still hiroi. Okay,
広がる
hirogaru. Okay, I'm okay with that. It does look like it, so that's kind of nice. And to extend the ga, it's intransitive. Okay, it's fine. Internal organs makes sense. Can I get a? It's probably kan, right? Oh no, it's not. It could be a soul. But it would sound so nice if it was a kan. But let's just go with zol or soul, because it looks like it. Zol. Okay. We're starting to pick up on some of the phonetic radicals or pieces. Internal organs, that makes sense. Zhang lines up with zol or soul sometimes, and shou. Okay. Catapult. Oh no. Oh, you're slightly different too. Wait, I need an example. Is this the same? Yeah, it is. So it's a little bit different. Let me double check. I need to double check this. It's comparing and contrasting. Yeah. Okay. I see. So they kind of just cut out. Interesting. Alright, catapult. We're gonna add soapbox, but I kind of like catapult. Maybe we can use catapult. See the rock, yeah, and then I do see the catapult though. That is really nice. Soapbox is okay too. Mistake is what gives away the soapbox. Woo. Woo. Interesting. Recreation. Yeah. Ye for amusement, recreation. And give. I am not sure about that one. Oh, this one must be used for a different reason. This would be Wu. The only example I have is Wu, as in the place or the region or the category. Alright, next one. Enlargement makes sense. Extend and then stretch. Chol is what we have for this, so let's go with Kakchol. Okay. You should be able to read it. Yeah, sure. Yeah. We're good.
簡易
広がる
Yeah, organ should be like okay. Alright. Oh, I can't unsee the catapult now. That might create some interesting interactions whenever I get Wu.
Kakcho.
What word they use? Oh, I was gonna say engorged. Okay, zoom makes sense. Extend to bigger. Ah, okay, I got you. More enlargement, expansion, magnification. Sure. So we have a 50-50. Kakutai.
拡大
Kakudai. Okay, I lost the 50-50. It's fine. Kakudai. I guess ties are there's still a bit of mix. Valuable, that makes sense. Huh, I wonder what Gui lines up with. What do you look like? There's a shellfish and a like a oh, it's not a bundle. Okay. Goo? I mean, I don't know. Key. Interesting. I want to know. Let's go look at shellfish for a moment. Yeah, I don't think any of these particular things have. Yeah, none of these particularly help with. Okay. E, huh? Interesting. Oh, Isama. Wait, was that a? Okay. All right, so in the middle of what the ground is a shellfish that's very valuable. Okay, that's fine. And you want a valuable thing from inside the shellfish, but it's locked and you need to find the key. Interesting. I think that's okay. I'll keep it. To manipulate makes sense. Although we have soul, which is probably not soul.
操る
Ayatsuru. Alright. Eye art. Hey. That's rough. Alright, so let's try without the components. Without the radicals. So we got soul. Still manipulates. Maybe we can add ru to it. And it's still to manipulate. We got apple. I use apple. Or an app. App seems okay. Then we got ya and tsu. The soul can be manipulated. Oh, dang. I need rude. Maybe I don't. I'll dump rude. One can. No. The soul in the ya can be manipulated. The soul can be manipulated. Oh my gosh, that's rough. Okay. By offering it apples in the ya too. Okay. All right. Sure. Ayatsuru. Ayatsuru. Chastity. What was it? Soul? Soul is not good enough for a kun thing. For kun representative. Is it?
Misao.
Yeah, Misao. Yeesh. Alright. So we have soul. Manipulate. This time we do need the stuff. Maybe. I don't really like that kanji mnemonic. We're just gonna try it out. So me, sure. Saw. Oh, you know what? We can use meat. Saw. And obi. Chastity. Ugh, okay. The soul manipulated to maintain its chastity from meat. That it saw by binding the stomach with an obi. Whoa. Yikes. Man, the way I'm making mnemonics for single characters are not that great. Alright, let's think about this. Okay, if I see that, right? That's rough. Okay, we'll have to come back to this. This is gonna be a recurring problem, probably. A rice bowl. A drop in the well. Okay. Can I get an E? It kind of looks like an E. Darn you! You went to Kunyomi. Oh, Don. Oh, this is Don. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Donburi as well. Okay. I think I'm okay with that. That's only provided if I remember it's rice bowl. Into a well, a drop of rice falls from rice bowl you're eating out. Okay. Just then, the don of your... Oh. How many dons do I have? Nah, we'll see this. You know. Fine. I'll give it a go. Whoops. Okay. Oh man, no. That's not gonna work. Yeah, that's not gonna work without attaching it to article. I got ya tsu
操る
ayatsuru. We'll give it a go. That's really rough. Ayatsuru. I was trying to think of another way for the ayatsuru. Okay.
拡大
ミサオ
So, all right. Operation. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Intriguing. Swapped it up. All right. Instead of using like skill or technique or something like that. This can only refer to the operation of devices. Okay. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. What is that? Zuo. Yep. 操作. But also it can not only but various elements such as market stock prices. Okay. So what we got? Soul Sahaku. Soul Sa. Oh. Not every day that becomes Sa. Soul Sa. I think we're gonna go with it and see if I ended up defaulting to Soul Saku instead of Soul Sa. Okay. Throw up. Spit out. Spit Okay. And vomit. I see. Okay. Tool. Tool. Toe. Ah! Oh, we're going straight to Kun. When you throw up, sounds like you're shouting ha, then all the dirt puke comes out in a wave. T and ha. I don't know if there's any ha. Yeah, these are nondescript. No. Okay. So if someone fills your mouth with dirt, you're going to throw up. That's pretty good. When you throw up, it sounds like you're shouting, huh? That's a little weaker, but what was the other? What was the ha? That? Oh, I was using hat or hot. Throw up in someone's hat. It's good enough. Calisthenics, whoa. Body manipulate. Fair enough. Or this could be exercise. Or action. Something like that. Or move, like training in a way, but not by exercise training. Okay. Gymnastics. Alright. What do we have here? Like Taiso. Oh. Taiso. The moment I said it, I was like, oh, okay. That's what the characters are. To ripen. This isn't Juku. Ureru. That's not too bad. Why did they switch from U to U? Oh no. That's weird. Alright.
Ureru.
Okay. So, we have Juku. Ripen still. We'll use Zeru. Yeah, we'll use U. Oh no. That's that's not great. That's not a great number of things you can use, huh? What was it there? Just there was no. Dang it. That's not a great. Oh my goodness. Alright, we gotta throw in a few more things here. We'll use shrine. Circle. And I guess boil. Are those separate things? Oh no, receive. That's right. We should practice receive. juke is not great, honestly. Oh gosh. We're gonna come back to this. It's just gonna be you. Oh no. I don't know what to do about that. A dude. Interesting. As opposed to slave. A woman on the stool is actually a dude. What is this? New? It could be do. There's a chance this is do. It's do. Okay. New lines up with do. And this is the character combination for do. Which is from toil. Do from, or angry, sorry, not toil. Angry. It might actually also line up with toil now that I think about it. Where's toil? Yes, it does. This is a new. Alright. I mean, the dude thing is kind of weird. You only found out this dude wasn't a woman when a doll runs up and the dude stood up. He started rubbing the dog's face saying, who's a good... Oh, okay. Alright. I don't... Can we get an example? Oh, it does have slave as one of them. We're just gonna add slave just in case, because yes. Alright. Oops. I don't know how to spell calisthenics after all. Oh, I missed the H. That's fine.
体操操作
売れる
All right. Off to a questionable start. How many do we have? 68 plus what are 15? 83? That seems pretty typical. Compound word. Oh, ripen. Oh boy, howdy. Man, ripen. Oh, this is jukugo. Oh. Jukugo.
熟語
Jukugo. Okay, it doesn't go back down. Okay. Jukugo. Fair enough. I can finally rest in peace. Okay. Unripe. Okay, yeah, not yet ripe. Sure. Michuku. Juku. Alright, fair enough. Member, that's retroactive. Slave. Alright, so we're running into it right away. Oh, you know what? This kind of looks like Kwan. Why does this look like Kwan? Go look. No, not close enough. It's definitely something different. Let's see if I have slave yet. Oh no, it's the next thing. It's our next character. Next Hansu. Lee. So we don't have slave yet. I imagine it's gonna line up with the same word here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, I see the samurai. I see the jackhammer. I see the modified brush, and I see the water. Right. So. Samurai handling a jackhammer, cleaning brushes, and carrying water for someone. That's just stringing all of them together. He's been made into a slave. Okay. Re. Lining up with Lee. Interesting. Oh, that checks out. Where can I get a re? Was it brush? Brush is a carrier. Re, I think. Oh no, it's not. I was thinking of oh no, it's not. What is it? What am I thinking of? Not jackhammer. It's not. Oh no. I don't know if they're gonna introduce it retroactively. Okay. You don't like seeing slaves. As you walk by, you hand this slave a ray gun. Alright. I guess we're going with that. Alright. We're gonna try. Ripen? Oh, I am familiar with this word though.
成熟
Yeah, sage. Okay. Those are fine.
Jukugo. 未熟。
You know, I just realized the Jukugo. I didn't take into account what those characters would be telling me. That's fine. Or not yet, right? Fine.
成熟
Okay. Okay. Sure. Right. We have no and not with a thing, but they're both onyomis. However, no is kind of special. It's a bit special. Oh no, to deliver to pay. Oh, it could line up with like to give related things.
収める
No chance at all. Osama bin Laden. Okay. Okay, guys. Alright. Let's see. So we have no. Still supply. We got Meru. It can work. Obi. Sa. No. Apply mail the supply mail to supply Kobe and sauce? We'll see. It's kind of straightforward for me, so I'll go with it for now. Storage. Interesting. Obtain supply. I guess that's good enough. Feels more like collecting, but okay. So what do we have? Like to. Oh no.
収納
Shuno. Oh wait, yeah, that's right. Shu. Yes, yes. Shuno. It's a Chukugo. Standard Chukugo. I don't want to put this one on. Why am I thinking of toe? Oh. No. Oh, this is obtain, not... This is obtain, not take. We're gonna go back to stool for this. Oh yeah, okay. Chew lines up with show. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. That's not show. Chew. Okay,
収納
you know. Shrink. Makes sense. Swa. Swa. Oh, but this could end up being like weird. Yeah, this part could be weird, like aku or chuku, chuku and stuff. Oh, it's okay. It's shuku. Shuku. It's fair enough. Yeah, shuku. Shuku off. Yeah, shuku, the lounge. Although this is also yeah, man, no, it's yado. Oku is 100. Or not oku. Something else. What am I thinking of? It's off 100, I think. Oh no, it's not. Yado is fine. What am I thinking of? Or can I get it off a roof? Yeah, shuku is fine because that's where juku comes from. Like Shinjuku. But where am I getting the oku? That's not it. That's not it. Really thought it also used lodge. Or it doesn't. The 10,000? Oh no, not 10,000, sorry. 100 million. It's okay. Okay, that okay. All right. Not even close. Okay. This one's fine. It lines up with shiku. Shrink. We're okay. Good. A magic thread fell from. Alright, a magic thread fell from the roof onto a leader of 100 people, causing him to shrink. As the leader shrinks, the 100 people start screaming and running around. As a result, everything is shku up. Alright. I'll keep claw. That's fine. Payment. Oh yeah. Oh, this is weird in both situations. Okay. Client enter. Does this also? No, it doesn't. Hold up. Nah, rule. So receive. Man, it's like the reverse. Oh no, this is the reverse thing. Yeah, receive and supply. It depends on the direction of the things. Yeah, it's in the opposite direction. Oh no. It's a loan and borrow and give and receive flip up. Okay, so this one is to give. Alright, and then it kind of helps with this, with new. So that's okay. Yeah, supply and receive is weird. Like this is supply, so it's going in a specific direction. And nah is in the other direction. It's the receiving direction. So not the supplier, but the supply of the reception. Or like receiving of the supply.
No new.
No new. I mean, gotta go with it. No new. Why enter? Payment. Might be a problem with definition here. Let's see. Oh yeah, I know we're good. Okay.
Shuno.
Wait, what was like take supply? Oh my gosh, storage. I'm thinking in the opposite direction right now. That's not good. Okay. All right. And then okay.
Osameru.
All right.
No new.
All right. To get hot and sticky. Oh. Kind of reminds me of hoteru. Anywhere with lots of steam is going to get hot and sticky. Yeah, sure. With this, something gets hot and sticky due to trapped heat and moisture, like sweaty armpits under a shirt. Okay. Additionally, this can mean to be steamed, like happens to rice as it softens in a rice cooker. Okay. I mean, we only have Joel. There's nothing else. What if it had something to do with like atsui, like atsureru, or it could be something. Give me something that deals with hot, please.
蒸れる
Mureru. Oh, come on. Okay. Does Joel line up with Mu at any time? No, not really. Okay. We have Joel, Steam. We're gonna try not to incorporate. See, we don't have to incorporate the radical. I think radicals have become under practiced from WaniKani because they don't get you. Okay. Sure. Let's say it's rare. It's reru that Joel gets hot and sticky from helping the Mu with their theme baths. Okay. Something like that. Steam. All right. Now we're back to something we got.
蒸気
Okay, it's fine. You're there. Chun. How do we get Chun? Chu? Wait, do we have barracks already? We do have barracks. I don't know what sound it carries. June. It's definitely not thread. Oh, Jaku. Oh, Yaku. Yikes. Alright, well, that's a dead end. June for Chun. Chun. I can get behind that. Oh no. Don't. Hon. No, it's really not a connection to be made there. Okay. Only I can. There was a way to look at without having to type this every time. Okay. Oh, there's a bunch. There's a lot of. Oh yeah, that's right. We have Jun as in like standard. Also shield. And then Jun the order. Okay. Alright, so what do we have? If it's made of thread, your barracks will be pure. If you build it out of clay, it will inevitably. Oh my goodness. good enough. Slice. Oh, really? Can I get an example? Oh. Interesting. Wait. Wait. Oh no. This one I need to sort out. Oh no. So we need to sort out the boar from this slice. Huh, I wonder what it's still. No, it's boar. It's still boar. It's E. I'm gonna add boar to this for the time being. This is still boar in Japanese. Interesting that they went with slice. I mean, all these check out though. Like the above. Guy. Yeah, it's probably guy. I wonder why it's the above. Huh. Okay. Move along here. Storehouse. Yeah, now we have the 2 storehouses. Akura. Okay. Curious about the difference between kura and kura. Traditionally, the kura kanji was used for sturdy buildings that store important items. Oh, okay. This is where samurai kept their valuables. On the other hand, kura originally referred to places to store grain and usually weren't as robustly made. They're basically interchangeable now, but kura is more commonly used. Yep. I agree. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Kura.
Kura. Okay. We're okay with this. Sure. Okay. That's a bit rough. Ready.
Joki.
Okay.
Kura.
Refrigerator. All right. Yeah. 冷蔵庫.
冷蔵庫
Fair enough. Jizo. Jizo. No, Jizo. Jizo. Ooh. Where is that? Oh no, it's not. It's a. Oh, what? All right, hold up. Where have I think I've seen this term on a movie title before. Sheesh. All right.
地蔵
Jizo or Jizo. Jizo or Jizo.
地蔵
This is starting to remind me of like learning all the proper nouns in Chinese as well. Like what is that? What is Hangzhou? It's Hanjo. I mean, we gotta get cultured at some point, right? Is this also like... Let me... Yeah, okay, it's those things. Yeah. Yeah, the statues. All right. Earth's interesting earth story. There are earth stones, sort of, too. Okay. That one might be a little problematic. A boot? Work? Okay. Humble? All the lessons are wild now. This is I've already exposed to Watchtower, so I don't think I have whatever this is. Humble. Okay, Jing. And then the last one is Qing, which is diligent. Something that Keen makes it. A boot, huh? Let's see what happens with boot. There's something made of leather with some dirt on the bottom of it. The boot. Okay, I see the leather to some extent. Boot. And then dirt. It'd be wonderful if they add and the other radicals here. Compound radicals. Alright. That is definitely vertical. Zhong. Zhong. How do we get Zhong? It could be a lot of things. Song is fine. What does this look like? Do I have the right hand thing? The right hand thing that carry, it does not. There, I do have a character for that already. No, I don't. Or I don't have a read yet, do I? Ate! Oh, okay, so we're just going straight to Kun. Channing Tatum. Tatum. Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Kunyomi. Dang it. Starting with the Kunyomi. Yeah, Tan is the closest. Because of correct, but or do we have... Oh, obey was what I was thinking of. Jew. It's unclear if this carries Jew. It does carry Jew. Oh, Jew. Okay. We're going straight to tate. Okay. So we have thread, loiter, horns, and correct. Okay. Vertical. And te. The person oh my gosh. Okay, the horned person loitering around offered oh my gosh, that's so bad. I mean, I honestly, like, I don't blame them for just throwing all the words together. What did they have? You see a thread that wants to loiter from some horns, and you would be correct to assume that it would hang vertical. The thread wants to loiter and hang from one of the horns. When oh my gosh. There is there is an ad hung by threads hung vertically from with threads from horns forming. I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. That is so wildly outside of everything. Informing, luring people that if you correct place you can get your hands can't even get it in the right order either. That's just demonstrates how not great. Like this is a setup for badness. Alright, just move along. Maybe we'll remember it. Oh, here's Jiandan. Fair enough. So what is that? Kandan.
簡単
Kantan. Okay. Oh boy.
冷蔵庫
Oh boy. Boy howdy. That one sapped any energy. uh
地蔵
oh.
簡単
We'll end up rewriting it retroactively with the onyomi probably. The stuff ascribed to those radicals not as compelling. And towel. Makes sense. How is this different from the other one that we had? Right hand and then wipe. But yes, yeah. Unlike okay. Otefki. Right? Which you learned a few levels ago. This is always towels, never tissues. That's thin flat. Okay. Oh, that's new. Sorry. Ote new. Hold up. Ooh. Otefki. Yeah. You're just gonna decide to switch it up? Oh my gosh.
手ぬぐい
Tenugui. Oh, because it's off the Nugui. Oh, Nugu. Man. Why? Off of Nugu. Oh. Oh, now I understand what that object is. The equipment. A piece of equipment. Is this what I think it is? Hold up. Yes, it is. Yes, those things. I'm thinking of the things on the head. Sui. Okay. Alright. Stylish. No point of reference for this one. Unless it's changed. See anything. Pure. There are rice in the shape of 9 on a cross. And this is stylish. Rice grains are arranged to form the number 9. Okay, let's keep going. See? Also, stylish to swing the cross around while you wait for the... Huh. I don't think... First character? First time character? Unique character? I think this might be a unique one. Oh. It could... Oh, there is a chance it could be Cui. Which I don't have at the moment. I don't know if these are equivalent yet. This. Do I have another example of... Oh, we have Dai, Sen. Well, actually... That's actually not good enough. Drunk? Sweet. Oh, let me see. Jui. Where's Jui? Yeah, they're equivalent. Pretty sure Dre has the same substitute. Yeah, it does. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, that makes sense for Hoang. Alright. So Dre, Sui, yeah, okay, Sui makes sense. Alright. Although I do not have this character yet. What was the other one? Pure? Oh, okay, they're both on pure. Interesting. So Cui and Sui. Sui. Oh man, I don't know about this though. I mean, I'm hard pressed to have anything at the moment either. Swing. There are stylish, crosses. There are stylish swings. At the park. At the local country church park, decorated with 9 crosses and rice. Oh man. Okay. I'm trying to draw an imagery as opposed like a location as opposed to like this elaborate thing. Okay. Note that it's less specific than okay. Okay, and also be used for fork in a road or path. Well now. Alright. But do you stay ko? I doubt it.
また
Mata. Mata. Oh my goodness. Mata. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be an interesting story. So ko. Crotch. Ma. And taco. Gosh darn it. Okay. I don't. What am I doing? Can I get a? Oh my gosh! How do you?
また
All right, we're using fork. I think I can pivot around. I think I can pivot back to. Oh no! But that's like fork in the road or path.
また
All right. I really do be pushing. This level is definitely showing some teeth. Right, because we went mata for anger again. And those are coincidences. That's why I said mata as in again. Osma to behave and not try to oh, they're skillless. Going for it. Diving in. Oh, that's interesting. Using say makes sense. Don't have the coon for into. Or actually, do we? You should try playing Oast, you'd be famous. Skittles. Without the keys. Sure. Well, I already did that. You're doing... Okay, so you're doing a Tobu. Tobi and a... let's see. Diving in. Alternatively, this can also refer to doing something or joining or going somewhere without an appointment, announcement, or prior registration, which is where the dropping by meaning comes in. Okay.
飛び込み
Bikomi. Oh, was Kunyomi? And then ni no. Oh. Singular read. Okay.
Tobikomi.
Bikomi is fine. Okay. Holy makes sense. Checks out. Sheng. Sheng, the ear and the mouth of a king are holy. Works pretty alright. Se, Sheng and Se, fair enough. His holy king has heard of you and your special saber that glows with pure blue light. That is where Seiya comes from. Let's see. Yeah, I think we can tie that. Those two things are.
Mata.
Tenugui.
Tenugui. I'm gonna stick with our imagery here.
Tobikomi.
Tobikomi. Alright, long time no see. Dashiburi. Okay, moving along here. Magnet. Magnet. That's definitely altered. I think I have something that lines up with the magnet. Could be attraction. Be about cocoons. Or cocoon men, I guess. Double cocoons, right? I don't think I have a stone yet. Interesting. I don't know where the magnet is. Lian? 想 what do we got? 资 Interesting. Also, 诗 No, actually, I have no idea what this character is supposed to be. Supposed to be simplified. Let's look at the examples. Magnetism, magnet, magnetic field. Oh, there is a magnet. Oh, I don't have the magnet yet. Interesting. Hanji first. All right. Seeing a stone and some horns, sure, on the ground, next to a piece of poop, and another poop, two poops. You try and pick each of them up with a magnet. Amazing. The magnet fails to pick up either piece of. Okay, G. Would you look like a G? How does G line up? 字 Oh, it does. It does look like a 字. Yes, this right hand is 字 for this. And then, so still carries. I wonder if I have any other double poops. Where are we? Where are my double poop gang right now? Do we have another G? Oh, there's another G. Secluded makes sense. U G for nourishing. Oh, there's no this. Interesting. It could be an N1 though. Like more. It doesn't cover all of N1. Okay. I can pick that up. You're pretty excited that you lifted something up with your magnet. Science is cool, but then you hear someone laughing behind you. It's Jesus was using his magic to levitate the stone all along. Okay. Okay. Try something else. There are come across some poop on the ground. We're just gonna go with this one. I think it's fine. It's ridiculous enough. We'll see. Floral. Okay, full. Fukusu. Fukusuke. What's that, Ken? If fukusu is multiple, and Ken is shape. Yeah, multiple shapes. Plural.
複数形
Fukusuke. Fair enough. Self-explanatory. Impersonation. Yeah, resemble the thing. So it's kind of like imitation. Oh, is it gonna use mane? It's probably gonna use mane. So what does that? Butsu would be onyomi. So it could be something weird like monomane. That would be kind of weird. Butsumane sounds okay. Okay, yeah, it's impersonation and or imitation or mimicry. Actually, this word is too. It's also impersonation. Okay, it's very similar to okay mane, but can be used. Oh no, wait, it could just go straight onyomi. You could just straight up use onyomi, right? So, what is that? Ni, shin, butsu, butsu shin ni. Or no wait, what was it? Busu shin. Oh no, that sounds whack. Is used for general act of mimicry and can also be used to refer to the way someone does something. On the other hand, while this also describes acts of mimicry and imitation, it additionally uses performance.
モノマネ
Monomane, okay, it's fine. The other using onyomi sounds ridiculous. It sounds so terrifying. Oh, monomane is fine. Deep red. Oh, as opposed to regular red. Interesting. Crimson, yeah. Oh, but Crimson got a swap up. Oh, they're pro call. Merry Christmas, pro call. How are you enjoying your 13 minutes of Christmas so far? Or is it an hour and 13 minutes? I didn't take into consideration daylight savings time. I think we're 4 hours apart now, right? Or are we still 5 hours? Pretty sure we're 4. 13 minutes. I'm doing pretty well. Other than whatever it is, that type of interaction that I just had like 10 minutes ago. Huh, so Hoang ended up being deep red as opposed to Chu, which is crimson. What does Hoang end up being? Ko. Cool. It's been good 13 minutes. Just came back from the pub with your mates. Oh, that's cute. You guys celebrated the turning of Christmas. Nice. I don't know. Can you read old like chat things? Oh, I guess it doesn't work like YouTube, huh? I don't know. I'm not sure if the person's still around, but Skittles here said you should try playing O's, you be famous. And then I said, well, I've already tried doing that. I have already done that. And it's like, wow, no wonder you're famous. But I'm not sure if that's like some sort of meme or something like that. I think it's largely why long history, like very quick historical fact. The reason why I found that the OS community is on the fringe of being inappropriate is largely because of interactions like that. It's not my scene, chief, is what I would say. Those potatoes. Also, you just read about more BS with Subnautica 2, yeah, with the Crafton legal stuff, and you really hope it doesn't stifle the development too much. I swear. Inappropriate in a vulgar way? Technically, vulgarity means a rustic way, so yes, inappropriate in a vulgar way. Like unrefined. Are you familiar with that? I've come to appreciate the word vulgar lately because of Chinese and Japanese vocabulary. Vulgarity means rustic and rude and unrefined as well. So not rude in the sense of being maliciously rude, but more like unrefined and inappropriate. So it's interesting when you say in a vulgar way. My definition and prospects on using that word has kind of morphed now. Because in Chinese and Japanese, a lot of times people refer to vulgarity as being unrefined of different levels. But largely it's the crude nature of lacking communication skills. You said BS when reading your comment. Do contractions of swear words get a pass from you in terms of whether you say them or not? Not really. They just come and go. They come and go. I read I read comments when I read comments. It is up to the person projecting to understand what my intent is. Right, like WTF, for example. Or STFU. Or, I don't know. I think you have a very strong hyper focus on trying to project the significance of swear words. You mean you more meant that if you said BS instead of BS, you likely wouldn't have said that out loud? Yeah, I would have said BS. Which is what I just did. Yeah, I think you might want to read it more of a 0 and 1 situation. So you're thinking about a 0 and 1 situation, and I'm thinking more of a 0.5 situation. So the combination of using BS while you're trying to infer that it stands for BS, it's a black and white situation. And the reason I chose my actions are because it's a compromise. So that's probably where we're going with this. Like you're saying contractions as BS is a 0, and I'm not gonna write this stuff on here, but then when you spell the word out, right, it's a 1. But saying BS is actually a compromise between 0 and 1 for me. So if you're curious about what you meant, I know what you meant, but I think there's a miscommunication on what I meant, like what I'm saying, because I would still say BS, and I already said that. Like I would say BS if you wrote BS in any form, largely because it's a compromise on the platform. Now, if you're gonna try to do a 0 and 1 again, which this is probably the next question you're gonna have on a 0 and 1. What if we were talking personally, as in on not a platform, like for example, in person? Then we have to understand that the conditions have changed because you're changing the conditions. And the conditions is that I don't have to read you anymore. Right? This has happened multiple times, so you're not the first one to ask this question. But then when you're talking about, oh, well, what do we type personally? Would you still type out the 1 or the 0? It would be neither, because I wouldn't be reading your messages out loud anymore. So that's kind of one of the condition stuff. In case you're gonna go in that direction, usually this would be the line of thought that happens quite a bit. And it deals with not just like BS, it deals with like WTF. There were a few fights at the pub tonight. Annoyingly, you missed the punches being thrown all 3 times. Wait. You guys just... Does that just happen? Do people get in trouble if they do that? Or is it just like a nice, friendly duking? Where are we at here? On a spectrum of 0 to, yeah, usually get told to leave. Oh, and then that's like good. Like guys will be guys. Like on a spectrum of guys will be guys. I know this sounds a little bit misogynistic, but I'm just gonna assume they're guys. Guys will be guys, you know, guys, whoops. Not guys with guys. Guys will be guys versus let's call the police. Where are we at here? Are we like over here? That's just your normal thing and it's kind of a friendly banter situation? Or are we like, you were saying to your friend that they didn't seem to have the Christmas cheer they should have? Yeah, over. Okay. Awesome. Well, that's cute. Did you... So you missed all 3. How could you... Wait. Hear me out. How did you miss them? As in, like, when you went, you know, like when you went, it was at a later point or something? Not friendly banter, but nothing serious enough for the police to be called. Oh, okay, okay. Interesting. It's been a while since I've been around bars or pubs, right? Pubs and bars, like dives and bars and pubs, taverns. I know taverns seem like a bit old-fashioned, but there are still taverns in the countryside areas. They're like in sheds and barns. So I haven't been here before. I think the things that I've witnessed some fights before, but they're more like I'm guessing I'm trying to describe and relate to it. It's more like someone threw a punch and then the other person tried to hit back but got stopped, and then they both like go home, guys, go home and chill. And then, you know, some loud words would be exchanged. Some not so savory words would be changed. And then that's the type of stuff that I kind of expect around holidays. That's happened before. I don't think I've ever been in a situation where there was police. Like, it escalated to the point where, like, jigs up, like things got out of hand. You went to the toilet when the first two scraps happened. You literally were in the location and you managed to miss it. And then as you were leaving, the third one happened, so you couldn't get a good angle. Tell an American that a British dish is tavern food and they'll suddenly love it. All you know is that they shouldn't be expecting anything but coal under the tree. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. The tavern thing, yeah, there are novelty like tavern places. And then here's my spectrum, and again, this is not a representation of all Americans or something like that. My personal anecdote is, if we had a rustic level of rustic and charm, right? Or like rustic to refine is a way to identify these. Tavern is usually at the really rustic end. And then we have dives. And then we, as in me, I guess, my experience. Sorry, not we as in a representation. So tavern, dives, then we have bars, and then we have pubs. I know how that sounds, but the reason why I'm bringing this up is because pubs are like a heritage novelty. Bars are the norm. Dives are the rustic, they're the rustic Americana novel. This is part of Americana. And then taverns are it's a novelty for its rusticness. Pubs are more like their thing about their refinedness, and the refinedness is because it's kind of like tapping into immigrants. So the closer you get to like taverns are a novelty in the sense of its rusticness to English things, which is why the comment you made about tell American that a British dish is tavern food. Rusticness. So this is like the edgy of the rusticness, and pubs are like the edginess of the refinement, and then bars and dives are like your average medium of Americana. So Americana is represented by bars and dives as opposed to taverns and pubs. I've been to taverns for their English novelty, which makes sense because you made that joke. It does check out quite a lot. And then pubs are often very refined, like not Italian. Why did I say Italian? Irish refined. So we're talking about Irish versus like British. And then bars and dives are Americana. There is a little bit in the middle here, but it's a misnomer. We have diners. And diners are like Americana minus the drinking part. So like the beer, the alcohol part. Oftentimes you hear diners, dives, and bars as the three like typical hangouts for holiday season, since we're talking about the Christmas season, right? Dives, diners, and bars. They tend to be the social gathering places of old Americana, but diners are exclusive from dives and bars because they often don't include alcohol. It's usually like diner food, Americana. So during Christmas is really often common to do like either you eat at home situation, right? Which is great. I love family time and whatnot. But if you're like on a friends alone situation, like if you're at uni or something like that, then it would often be diners. And then diners are where I would hit up like, I don't know, a brunch with some buddies and then possibly then go to a bar or a dive, a local bar or a dive, and then do that a bit of social drinking, provided that you have eaten something already. I kind of miss those times. Good old younger life. Not long ago, in your town, police ended up pepper spraying some 14-year-olds. What? Well, that is definitely not that would be a quite an interesting, potentially traumatic kid experience. You recently went on holiday to York and went to the highest pub in UK, which was cool. Interesting. How do pubs like work? Like, what I mean is, what is considered like a ritzy pub? Did you notice any distinctions between like a ritzy pub and a like your dive pub? So when I'm saying pub, dive, and bar, so bars are at the right end and then dives are at the rest again. And then whenever I think about pubs in the UK, I think there's a range of the pubs. So when you say the highest pub, I'm thinking of like a classy bar versus a dive, which is like your local watering hole, right? Like your neighboring corner watering hole situation. One of your local pubs have been standing since 1860s and has on display a 400-year-old mummified cat. Which would you classify that as? Oh yeah, that is dive. That is a dive bar. Yeah, that is a dive. And by the way, dive, I'm not saying bad. I'm not saying bad or good or rich or poor, but more history and modern. History and modern situation. Bars tend to be a lot more like modern-y and well kept as well. I'm not saying a dive can't be a bar, but usually dives are like charming. So things that end up being charming. What's my example of a bar? I don't know how much it was now. I don't know how much it is now, but before, a $10 mixed drink. If I can imagine it now, it's probably like a $20 mixed drink. And then a dive would be like, what mixed drink? What mixed drink? We have beer situation. Obviously, I'm a little overgeneralizing for some fun contrast here. It is also where I would order beer battered fries and tenders at a dive, and at a bar they probably end up serving something like a, I don't know, truffle fries with a blue cheese hamburger, something like that, for like 30 or 40 USDs. That's kind of my like range in my head, but it's been a very long time since. And usually bars are also, they also serve wines. And then there's a separate thing too in the middle. We can expand this. Obviously, I'm trying to be like not too detailed because we can talk about this subject for any particular subject in great detail. There's sports bars. I think oftentimes the mix between a dive and a bar is what's typically referred to as a sports bar. And when I'm at a sports bar, that's what I was talking about, the whole like someone throwing a punch, some disgruntled expressing, you know, letting loose some emotional baggage, that type of thing. It's usually occurring at a sports bar. Not so much dives. Dives end up being like a family local thing, and then bars are too ritzy. Like people are going there to network and socialize. But sports bars, that's when you get like, you know, the foosball situation, the football or stuff, and the basketball stuff. You know, some banter that can really get out of hand. You recently found out that the lack of a letter in certain words in American English comes from when newspapers were charged by the letter to drop useless letters in certain words? Yes, for some of them, yes, indeed. Yeah, some of the letters that were dropped. Exactly. Some guy tonight told you a sad story about how he got a horrible tumor growing around his stomach. Oh no. Gastrointestinal tumor. He then showed you the tumor, but he just showed me his ball sack. Oh, jeez. I would have fell for the same thing. For a second, though, you thought, oh, gosh, that's a terrible thing. Yeah, no, you got me. Even as I was reading, I was emoting the same thing. High is above sea level. Okay, okay. Not high is in any metaphor. Fair enough, fair enough. For the comment about the high is a pub thing. Oh, that makes sense now. So high is okay. I mean, nearly every pub around you has around for at least 100 years. I see. The pub you went to serves $2.50 pints. That's $3.30. That's great. That's dive material. That's like the local watering hole material. When you can get beer on app, on draft beer at that cost, maybe even a microbrew. And that's like 10 years ago, because it's been, I'm just gonna round up, it's like 10 years since I've gone social drinking. It's been so long since I've been social drinking, so it might not be that anymore. Last time I was around people who had libations was we were in a hotel, like bar, like a hotel situation. I don't even know if you would refer to them as bars or not, but it's the libation in a hotel lobby. Technically it would qualify as a bar, right? And those libations are like, we're talking about, so, you know, $7 to $15, or like, oh, actually the beer, maybe not so much. It might be like $5 or $6 USD if I can recall. Here's the thing. My present company during that time, we all bought mixed drinks as opposed to like a beer. I tend to be someone who likes to experiment whatever they have going on. So if I go out to social drink, I typically would be interested in like a flight or something, or like boards, flights. I call them flights. I'm not sure if you guys call them flights. What do UK call them? Is it a board or flight? I typically, like, if I'm gonna go social drinking, I would flight, grab a flight of like whatever they have in their local microbrews or something, because I like the experience more so than the consumption of the alcohol. Is a flight a crate? And now you got me. Wait. I might be I might be inappropriately using this because I'm not. Crate. No. It's I don't think so. A flight is when you get one of these. And they would be like, the volume would be maybe 1/4 of a pint or something. And then it's whatever they have sampled. So this would be called a flight of beers. Many cans of something in a box. These would all be glass. These would be glass served from the draft. All of these would be draft. Draft and in a glass. It looks like a test tube. Like, you can imagine like a wooden, open face wooden thing. And it would be on like a board. And then you would have 4 glasses. Yeah, they serve you many glasses of different beers, but it's specifically for beer tasting. And they would generally be all tap. Like everything would be on tap. They're all drafts. So they have to come from the local brewery. And flights are specifically meant for beer tasting. That's what I would go for social drinking. You've never come across a flight before? Okay. I don't know that I just started. This is like me trying to sound fancy. But like, when I go to, like a winery, for example, I would largely be tasting wine. Like, I would go there for tasting. I wouldn't go there for consumption. Is kind of one of the things that I typically do. So whenever someone says like, oh, do you want to go grab something to drink? And they meant like to a local place or something, I would look up whatever I would order whatever their local thing is, because I don't really partake in the consumption, but more for the experience of the tasting. Those pubs are called, Weatherspoons, which are the most famous franchise of pubs in England, mostly famous for how ridiculously cheap the drinks are. Oh, I see. Not to get into any political talk, but just as a general curiosity, since Trump has become president, have you noticed any changes in the prices of grocery or gas? I don't know if you drive. I don't drive very often. So in terms of gas prices, they're relatively stable here. In terms of groceries, they're still relatively stable. In fact, they're much more stabilized than they were before. So we're not talking about like 2020s levels. They actually stabilize from 2020s levels. You did get to drink a lot of local beers on tap when you worked at a bar, but they never served anything like that. Okay. Oh, and also, can you tell me about, can you tell me about something you meeting with someone recently? Sure. But that's up to you. That's privileged information. Do I have a card though? I do have a car, and I pay insurance on it. I do have a car. Generally speaking, I don't think the gas prices changed that much recently. And groceries peaked. So let me actually double check in terms of... Okay, I mean, it's still going up, but it's stabilized. Like, it wasn't crazy like the 2020 to 2022 surge. So it hasn't changed, as in, like, the graph would look something like this. So, like, this right here would be, like, the 2020 to, like, here, which is, like, 2022. But since then, right, you're talking about you're talking about politics, right? When you're saying Trump is during a time when it's stabilized. It doesn't mean that it went down, right? It didn't go down. Like this hasn't happened, but it did stabilize during his presidency. So when you're talking about political talk, most of the things actually stabilized during his current presidency. Now, the thing about economy and this stuff is there are a lot of things that tend to be already set in motion a lot of times prior to something. So it's kind of still somewhat early days as to what the effects of, like, what direction is this going at some point, right? Or no direction. Who knows? This hasn't decreased though. The thing that happened before his presidency. So this happened already, like the post-COVID stuff, and it stayed that way, as far as I know. Gas prices might be similar, largely because of the whole inflation, like the trying to carve inflation back. Nowadays, at the end of fiscal year 2025, right? We're getting near the end of the 2025 fiscal year. Inflation is largely stabilized. So that means that it went back to the, like, average increasing, like the more noticeable increase, as opposed to like a sudden spike. However, I don't want to make this sound too like economy, finance related or business related, but there are a lot of things that are on a knife's edge right now, very tenuous when it comes to global economy. So that could dramatically change. And it may or may not necessarily be because leaders exist during that time, but more so that those leaders happen to be during a time in which these things happen, right? Yeah, the government shutdown is over. It ended in November, on November 12th. Hold up. I think it was early November. I don't remember. Yeah, November 12th. Just had to double check. It ended on November 12th. Some girl you knew from secondary school messaged you about selling you stuff and you agreed to buy some cooking mushroom. Mostly just because you wanted to see her. Yes, cooking mushroom. She was your first and you think only woman you've genuinely been in love with? That's cute. A bit apprehensive, but that's cute. And after seeing her again that night, you had trouble sleeping because your stomach was in knots thinking about what could have been with you guys. She's the one that got away. And still today, you can't get her out of your mind. The one that got away. Or still there, but not have gotten away. The whole cooking mushroom thing is a little apprehensive. Well, you certainly have something on your mind. That's kind of a nice feeling, right? Hopefully those are warm feelings. Oh. So she is the one that got away. Interesting. Well, this is probably going to sound incredibly cliche, but the idiom here appropriately for someone would be there are a lot of fish in the sea. situation. I mean, yeah, because now you have the shrooms and don't know what to do with them because you don't really want to eat them, to be honest, yeah. Although I do have to admit, about the shrooms being tied with catharsis, with a relationship with another person, that can be a tough thing to juggle. So, I don't know what. Hopefully you find ways to do it. But no fish will ever be like her. But obviously that's such a cliche thing too. Yeah, but hear me out. You're saying no fish will be like her, right? And I'm saying no fish will be like her. Sorry, we're both. The goal was to say the same thing twice. So, the reason why I'm saying this is one of the classic 50-50 divides on the cliche. No fish will be like her. Past. No fish will be like her. Future. So not only is no fish going to ever be like her, you don't want your future fish to be like her. If you know what I mean. So for everything that you've missed out, or everything that is both positive and negative about her, the future fish would typically not be that same set of circumstances. Because for everything that you've known and what you've done, the idea is if you're clinging to the past, it would happen again. Nothing is learned, nothing is grown. You still want your future fish to be her? That's exactly what I mean. So you said no fish will be like her. And I'm saying in the cliche, no fish will be like her. Because the future fish will be more or different or even less. But right now, when you say you want the future fish to be her, that means all of your future fish will be less than her because you're pining for the past right now. And that's you know, good or bad, it's perfectly your decision to make. My argument is that I could use the same set of words but imply a different outcome, right? Sometimes the past can be tough. Yeah, and you've been trying to get her off your mind. Yeah, that's understandable. I wanted to make the future comment because when you said, when you're sharing this with me, obviously you probably somewhat anticipated that you're already doing this. Like you're trying to maybe overcome this with your situation because if I wanted to be a little bit less discreet, so this is a little bit less discreet. Oftentimes when the ones that get away, and this is not professional, but it's just like being a little bit more candid. The ones that get away, when you are entrapped in the sense of past, it can create confrontation, right? Confrontation, especially when they're the ones that are taken now. And without saying much, I am technically friends with, I don't know if you guys are planning to stay friends, but I am technically friends with a lot of people who are in this kind of situation. And what I mean is, it's literally involving me in some situations, and then it's literally involving other friends who are friends with that type of things. Are you friends? And yeah, but we're talking about real friends. We're talking about IRL stuff, I suppose. Although internet stuff count too. Are you the one someone can't get over? I don't think so. So here's something about this. I don't think I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to meet you with get over. If get over, by get over you mean acceptance, then yes. But when you're when you have acceptance, it's not viewed as getting over anymore. It's viewed as like extra. So this also, we're gonna enter a controversial topic. This is more like mutual compassion. And this can be considered as some sort of openness. So that might not be what you're looking for in this, but I think when you mean get over, I'm guessing you mean some form of acceptance where you can still hang out, right? Hang out and talk about these things, mutual compassion, but it doesn't like, it's not from a point of negativity, right? Or like a point of missed opportunities. That's probably the closest thing that I would mean by to get over. So there are both online and offline, but typically the online stuff, I don't have really close relationships to anyone online, but this is our oh, so you had something going with a girl that didn't end up working out? No, the other way around. Again, I was like emotionally stunted. So I was emotionally stunted when I was younger. So because I was around people and I'm like a quote unquote nice person, it didn't work out because I didn't reciprocate. That's something going on that didn't work out. No, it's more like a unrequited, like, I don't know, unrequited fancy, I guess. You know, you have like crush situations and whatnot. But I think this is kind of coming from either a cultural barrier or a friend, like kind of like a friend situation. And many of the people we were still friends, all of that. And I'm the one, by the way, too, for the record, I'm the one that's single, not them. They're married. She had something you can sort of relate. You bashed your head thinking about times in the past that she was clearly trying to get closer with you and you just didn't get the message. Oh, no, I definitely got the message. Like, I got the message from a not a very emotionally like in tuned manner. So it wasn't like discreet or anything. It was more like your typical high school to college interactions. Was it just a pure lack of interest for you at the time? I don't know. It's actually very difficult to know. It's more like a lack of emotional need, which is, you can technically call it a lack of interest, but it's more like that's what happens, right? It's one of those things, like if you watch, honestly, Procall, there are some wonderful, like, I know this, we're learning Japanese right now, so this is an appropriate place. It's very similar to a lot of Japanese films about like longing, but obligations and whatnot. So my headspace was somewhere else, right? It's not that I wasn't a nice person. I actually, this is what got me into the situation in the first place. I was a nice person. Like, I was nice in terms of being proper, right? Proper and helpful situation. However, being proper and helpful it's not emotional. I know how this sounds, but it's a very classic situation when you have an East meets West situation. So my early childhood was more of the East meets West. We already talked about how like children are raised to prioritize certain things stereotypically in under Eastern cultures, and then they're prioritize Western children, generalizing, okay, careful, so are made to prioritize certain things. Western, we talked about the whole emotional responsibilities, individualism, expression, right? And then East is obligations, diligence, and like discipline, right? So my pure lack of interest is not because I was incapable of being compassionate. It was more so that I spent most of my life focusing on something that wasn't available then. Do you ever wonder that's it's due from you not being used to that kind of situation? It is. That is one of the reasons. That is one of the main reasons. You do not. It's like I understand that there are these portrayals of like slice of life, right? Slice of life stuff, especially in like anime and all that. But in my personal, like in reality, the reason why, at least in my opinion, the attractiveness of things like that person who likes os or something like that is that they like a particular part of anime, which is a portrayal of the taboos of youth. So like anime, for example, and romance novels and stuff, they tend to portray things that people long for, but that isn't the reality that they have. So like we have like school romances and stuff. Those are very uncommon. Those are incredibly uncommon. In fact, I'll quote what my parents say. You can start looking for a wife, or you can start looking for interest once you get a degree and start making money. So, like, I really didn't think about those things until like I was 30 years old. And then, you know, we're going to go into that conversation that we had pro call that you're like, oh, it must be really, see, that's why Asian cultures are so cool, because when you become an adult, you can adult, right? Like when you graduate from high school, you're prepared. You have your finances, you know where to go, you're doing that. Yeah. In exchange for all the other things that you could have focused on. Right? That it's pros and cons, and we talked about this at length before, where like the priorities of something doesn't necessarily mean the person themselves wouldn't be capable of these feelings. It's largely nature and nurture put together, right? Yeah, we had a very long about whether in Eastern cultures the youth are more intelligent than Western youth. Yes, because of their preparedness for adult performances in their societal requirements, and others. Right. You remember that you egotistically try to hang on you being correct about Eastern youth being more intelligent. Yeah, which Western and Eastern youth develop emotional intelligence and intellectual intelligence, like their focus on the different properties of intelligence are very societally dependent, and Eastern has a heavy emphasis on prioritizing objectivity versus emotional intelligence. So oftentimes their emotional intelligence, when they enter the workforce, have a cultural backing that allows them to continue doing that. So like in Japanese settings, for example, the work environment still is appropriate for people who develop IQ or focus on IQ things early, because the work environment then is an extension. Eventually you become a leader, then you can exercise some things, but typically their culture is very built for that. I grew up in the United States, so I would be seen as socially awkward when I was younger. And then when I become an adult, then I play catch up. So now I'm far more expressive, and you'll hear this a lot when you go on YouTube and you hear a successful, well-adjusted Asian slash Western born person that includes like Asian Australians, Asian British, Asian Americans, you'll hear a very similar pattern in representation, nearly like 90+% of the time. They would have gone through a stage in which they were excellent at all of their like objective skill sets, and then it is only later that, you know, in their 20s when they go out and they start having to interact with people, where they immediately start developing those skills, then the emotional intelligence side of things. So a lot of those people, the PhDs, the medical doctors and stuff, they would eventually develop potentially bedside manners and learn how to speak and be more charismatic, and they end up going into roles like that and become the reverse. That's very typical thing, right? Do you ever wonder? Okay, yeah. And then you get FOMO about having close relationships with women sometimes. So when you said I skipped one of your things. There was a very important thing, something about the forefront. Hang on. Is it in the forefront of your mind now? Now that is an interesting question, and the answer is no, unfortunately or fortunately. And what I mean by that is not in the same sense. Like, the life has made us different people, right? So it is on my mind, but it is presented differently. Much like your FOMO of having close relationships. Since I don't know what I'm missing, I didn't focus on the fear of missing something because I didn't pine for it. So nowadays, I see it as a privilege. So now I'm old, right? Like, I have a lot of life experiences. So what happens most of the time is I see my chance relationship with women and men, like, it doesn't really matter who, like, we're not gender specific here, like have to be gender specific here. Like, I would raise a child even without the comfort of a companionship or something like that. The idea is that human relationships now are a privilege. It's a luxury. I feel like I know I typically say that everyone deserves love, but I feel like I'm plenty loved in my life. So any more love means that I welcome it with open arms, but I don't miss it. I don't like fear that I would not experience something that I am entitled to. I do in an outward like in an outwardly way believe that everyone deserves love. Like, humans must experience love at some point. And the way I experience love is probably, without sound super cliche, it's a consequence of my upbringing. We talked about this, Prokal, when you were describing Otakon, when I was like going to the anime convention, right? And you asked me if I I talk about striking up conversations with people, and you laughed about, it's like, yeah, that's kind of what I imagined you would do. And it'd be something about one night stands, right? We talked about one night stands. And the idea is that I would double down on all those single interactions. Whether they go somewhere or not, that's how I see opportunity with people. We talked about how, like, would you treat a one night stand or someone who you think it's not going to go anywhere different than like if it was going to be someone you want to chase after? Or I typically just go. Like, there's no like 0% and 100%. There's just 100%. So my upbringing might have changed that quite a bit. So, like, if I meet someone and we talk about something, I want to get to know the person. I don't think about like, oh, I have a chance with that person. I have a chance with that person. I don't have a chance with that person. I really want to get to know that person. The idea is if I am given an opportunity to meet someone, I'll try my best. And any more experiences I have makes my life fuller. So I guess you could kind of say I always take a chance on people until I can't. Right? And there are, obviously, when I say until I can't, is because there are extenuating circumstances of which I can't. Like, for example, someone who's married. That's probably a can't. So we're not talking about chasing after like the reality of not being able to. If the opportunity presents itself, I will do my best. And then maybe some fun little personal addition is, you might be wondering then, have I ever gotten in trouble? Like being nice to someone who ends up like inappropriately hanging out with me too much to be misunderstood by the other person, like the other person's partner. The answer is no, because I end up becoming friends with their partners as well. In fact, a lot of times it is more like how much both of them want my company, like enjoys my company, than how they don't want my company involved with either of them. So usually the people that I'm around, they're couples that don't mind my company, not like couples sneaking off or like trying to take a break from each other. And this might be self-selection, right? This might happen from self-selection. Those who like me or like enjoy my company may also be people who are like me, but they found love, they found companionship by chance. And that chance was cultivated by their ability to be open about their relationships. So for me, being in love is a chance encounter. And if I get to experience that in my life, is a privilege. I absolutely love the idea of that. But I'm not gonna sit around and say, and like, again, we talked about pity a while ago and whatnot. I don't sit around saying like, oh, it sucks that I'm alone. I genuinely don't feel alone in the sense of, or I am literally alone, but I don't feel lonely. That's probably one of the bigger things. I don't feel lonely, and that because of that, I don't necessarily fear of missing out on being with someone. But I absolutely love the idea of being with someone. Or someone's. Or some animal. Or like, what I mean by that is like, I could see myself loving having pets, you know, like having 2 dogs and 2 cats, something like that. It's love has kind of transcended the very conditions, at least in my opinion. For me, love has kind of been muddied, like the boundaries between how to experience that type of longing and loneliness has kind of passed its due. I guess I'm gotten to a point in my age where maybe I kind of skipped over that. And if you're thinking, oh, you must be talking to a special person or something like that, I don't think so. Because I actually think this happens in Asian men a lot. Like, what I mean is, they're presented differently. Like, if you ask the importance, the characteristics of what they're getting from a relationship, it can be very different. It can be significantly different and enriched for propensities for things that I'm talking about. Like the idea of duty and the idea of contributing to society, the idea of honoring legacy, that type of thing does have a potentially more heavier weight depending on your growing culture. And for myself, that might have bled into a lot of these talks about romance. Like, I still don't think I'm a very romantic person. However, whenever I describe what I do for a person, it would seem like it's romantic, but it would be the least thing I can do. Like, I already described some of my dates, the dates, and I consider them as meeting dates, as in I was getting to know the person for the first time. Even after that, it wasn't really affirming a relationship or anything. Like, one of my dates involved 6 sports-like activities with two like luncheons, like a lunch and a dinner, and me traveling for 16 hours during a single day and then going to work the next day. Like, that's what I think people are worth. So the thing is, it can create a warped judgment by mixed cultures. And so to go back to the beginning of this tangent, that's when what I mean by I was a nice person. Culturally as well, I was a very nice person, but it could have been misunderstood because of timing, right? Like, you could talk about the FOMO thing. Would I have been different if that person was, I don't know, culturally synced with me? Yes, we could have been married. Like, right now, I could have been married to this person for 10 years and we would have had 2 children or something like that. That could have happened, but I don't dwell on those things. And also, many of those people are people I either know or I know that they have loving relationships with their husbands or their wives, depending on which angle it is, because I have male and female friends. So, and I have been to 7 of their weddings, and it was great. Like, I'm glad to see them incredibly happy. Like, I love to see people in love. So I don't think I could say that when I was younger. Like, I didn't think about romance when I was young. So to give you another example of how I call it emotionally stunted, but it's emotionally stunted relative to my birth culture, the American culture. I was emotionally stunted because other people have emotionally developed far more, right? And I mean, for all that means is that I was focusing on other things at the time. But the way to really demonstrate about being emotionally stunted is the idea that I didn't do any romantic things, like what would be considered romantic in Western. Like, when people, kids will be kids, right? Like, in high school, boys would be talking about, like, yo, dude, that girl, so hot, like 7 out of 10. Like, yo, would you do this and this? And I would act the part. Like, I don't think I was fooling anyone. At least I don't think. Maybe it's an imposter syndrome thing, but I don't think I was fooling any of my high school friends that, like, yo, this kid, like, he's just humoring us, right? Like, because he doesn't really look at girls that way or look at guys that way or anything really in that way. So, like, I don't think I was clever enough as a kid to fool anyone or even people around me that I am going along with it. Like, oh yeah, oh man, yeah, that girl, yeah, you should go and try to hit up her number or something. I'm more that guy where someone says, oh man, I'm really nervous, like, I want to get that girl's number, but I don't know what to do. And I would be the guy that says, well, you could go up to her, introduce yourself, you both like play the same sport. Maybe you can ask her if she wants to hang out sometime while you're playing a sport, and then you can exchange numbers that way. That would be me in high school. Like, it's not that I don't know how to interact with human beings. It's more like I don't experience emotional upheaval. The experience that I do experience is discrimination, racism, and bullying. That was the dominant feeling that I was suppressing. The other stuff is like, if someone asked me, which they didn't, because they probably did know that I'm simply disinterested in human connection a lot of times, and being friends, you're wondering then, how did I make friends in the first place? It's because we all suffered. The one emotional thing that I was really well developed in was emotional depression, like dissatisfaction, anger. Those are the things that I was able to manage. And because of that, I made friends, in my opinion, because I was able to manage it. I was in my opinion, if someone looked at me, they would probably see the same thing that they see now, only different, right? They would, like, now in my 30s and 40s, someone would look at me and say, oh, this guy's incredibly emotionally stable. They were able to keep all the things together. It's like, when I was younger, they're like, oh yeah, this kid's got everything together. He's not like getting his heart crushed and chasing after every like flamboyant girl that goes by his way and that type of thing. It's like that hasn't changed. But the thing is, I didn't have those concerns. So if one of my friends asked me like, oh, hey, can you get that girl's number? I would go up to that girl, ask her if she would be so kind and comfortable in exchanging numbers, and then I would describe my friend and I would get the number. If I don't get the number, then I would simply apologize that she was not interested, right? So things were a little bit weird. So like embarrassment was not a thing that much, like where someone falls down and they were embarrassed. I would go over there and help them do it. And it's like, but dude, you're drawing attention or something. The thing is, I wasn't very emotionally adept. So when someone says something like, oh, isn't it embarrassing if you're gonna go do this? It's like, I don't see why it's embarrassing. You just do it well or something like that. So it's kind of like almost like watching, looking through the lens of some of these kids nowadays online, where they are able to conceptualize a lot of things through example, like memory, but they are unable to process their own interests and their own concerns with the current task. So like, cue the 19-year-old that talks to me and say like, I have no idea why I'm frustrated, but I'm really frustrated. And what is the solution when it comes to like an Eastern culture? You bury it. You bury it deep, and it just never resurfaces until maybe later. When you have the privilege to do so. When is it later? When you finish your degree, have a professional job, have a lot of accolades and legacy, and then you can do whatever you want with your emotional. You can release your emotional restraints a little by little and discover yourself then. And that's kind of what happens, actually, even in a Western culture. Until it overwhelms you and becomes too much to handle, that also happens. And you already know the story of this. Take Korea, Japan, and I don't know what China filters about this, but you already know that happens. We're all still humans, right? People are not born different, it built different in that way. So you know what happens when it overwhelms them and becomes too much to handle. Yeah, safety nets. Safety nets is probably a euphemism for that. Happy Merry Christmas Eve. Yes, Merry Christmas Eve, Girdle. I hope you are doing well in this holiday season. We're talking about love, romance, and stuff like that right now. Yeah, shout out to the poor MAPPA employees. Yes, that would be a good example. Do you ever think about the bliss you might feel to wake up with a loving partner next to you? I don't. I can't possibly comprehend something that I only vicariously understand. it's very difficult to miss something or to pine for something that I have not experienced before. I can conceptually think about it, like conceptually think about waking up with a loving partner next to me, but since I don't have any emotional attachment to it, my ability to manage my emotions tend to tell me that it would become a bliss and it would be something that I would miss if I have experienced it. Vicariously, I do not pine for things necessarily or spend the large majority of my time pining for things that are hypothetical. I still chase after them though. Like, I don't want to be, I'm not the younger person who doesn't, like, curious about those things. Now I'm inherently curious about human relations. When I was younger, I was not curious about human relations. Now I am. So there's a willingness to explore that. There's no pining for something that hasn't happened to me. That's a different story, right? And I do have a lot of vicarious experiences. Actually, most of the people around me, I am probably, there are of all the people that I know, greater than 90% of the people that I know have found companionship. So I'm in the minor. So when it comes to understanding the concept of, like, both platonic and intimate love, I have plenty of examples of that around me. If people were to ask the people around me, they probably would say that I could benefit from companionship. Like, they would want me to find a companion, but at the same time, they would probably be very comfortable in saying, nah, he'll be fine if he doesn't. That's probably the situation. If I had to be brutally, like really direct and try to be outside of my brain and put myself in the shoes of my friends and whatnot, it's to the point where that's a good excuse for not staying in contact either. And you might be thinking, well, an excuse is an excuse. It's like, yeah, we don't really talk that much either. And despite that, if you give us 5 minutes or 10 minutes, like if I somehow something brings me together with one of my close friends, it would be like as time hasn't ever eclipsed. Like, we would be as close as we were ever back then, because largely it's not like I stopped thinking about my memories with my friends. I use their memories and my memories a lot over and over again. But I do keep these memories with me. I don't miss them in a sense that they remind me of something that I must continue to have. I have this, like, in my opinion, I have a complacent nature in the idea that I'm always grateful of what has come to pass. I don't try to recreate it or hold on to it in the sense of, like, the fear of losing it. I will always have these memories and these cherished moments. So whenever I interact with new people, that's how I interact with people. I seize the moment and try to create a memory. Now, it doesn't guarantee that the people I interact with will stay around and feel good about it, because oftentimes that's where there's a disconnect with those people, because those people can become codependent. They are looking to form a relationship based on dependency, and I am not looking for a relationship based on dependency. I'm looking for a relationship based on two people who are mutually independent, and they can appreciate that things are not forever, but they are also the best of times and the best of things when it's happening. That kind of thing. And that's probably not the greatest slogan for long-term relationships, which I accept as a reality of the culture that I grew up in, for sure. Oh, okay, so you swing both ways opens up more opportunities, to be fair. Well, I don't really know how that's not something that I think about too much, like which way I swing we go by humans, like how much I value humans. Like I don't value people less and more because of like some arbitrary conditions. But then how do you differentiate for situations where a closer relationship could be formed? I really don't. And I already mentioned, I'm sorry, I'm catching up with your, obviously your comments. This could be already answered with my response, but one of the consequences is I don't. Or I don't very rarely. It is up to the other person to specify that it is a closer relationship. And that's why I require a partner that has open communication. It's not the reason why you're asking how do you differentiate and whatnot. That's assuming that each of the partners, like both the partners, are on the same page at all times. And I would think that's a ridiculous notion that can be communicated solely by one side of the thought. So I like to rely on the idea that relationships is a two-body problem. So that provided there's open communication, there's a way to differentiate. I myself personally within my own head probably don't differentiate that much. Because in your opinion, you can't keep acting like that and expect something more to come of it. I treat almost all my relationships as the opportunity to be closer relationships. I think you might have my opinions incorrect about that. You're thinking about the worst case scenario. I can't keep acting like this because people will take advantage of it. It's the opposite direction. I treat most of my opportunities as an opportunity to form a closer relationship. So the other way around. If I didn't know you, I would think that you were happy to be in a hug situation. Sure. But it's both, or any of them. But you do believe that you do just want both of them to be in good standings with you? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I don't want them to be in good standing. It just happens to end up being in good standings. So, here's one thing about that comment that you just made. It is not from the desire to be friends with both of them that made me friends with both of them. It is through my actions of treating people the best I can because I like being with people, right? When you're saying, oh, well, you can't keep acting like that. I like being with people. Being with people brings out good qualities in me. So when people are around me, they become good standings. Like I'm going to tell you now, there are situations where people hated me until they didn't. And it was through the relationship of other people. So like you can make people who hate you at first be also in good standing by doing your best. So there's a very important topic here that's being missed. I'm not here to change people. I don't want to change people's minds. I do my best, and they change their minds about me. So, like, when you're talking about, oh, well, I can't keep acting this way, and you expect something to come of it, it's like, well, it can be seen that way when I'm always doing the best in me. So if I'm constantly doing the best I can for for what I want to give to other people, these things happen. So when you say, if you're not expecting something more to come of it, I disagree. Because you're expecting things to come of it when your actions are towards it. But my actions are inwardly outwards. Like it's coming from within. Not that I'm trying to change someone's mind about me. Like, oh, you must love me because I love you. I'm doing my best to be as loving as possible. And if someone happens to like that, that's what happens. So I'm only talking after the fact. I didn't, like, for example, if I was with a friend and then that friend's partner really dislikes that I'm really good friends with that, what would happen is, oh, it seems like we have a misunderstanding. Let's go and share a day together then. Or can I hang out with your partner instead and we can try to come up with a different negotiation or talk it out and whatnot. It happens that when I try my best to be understanding of other people, that's what the situation creates. So this might sound a little arrogant, but I don't expect something more to come of it. More comes of it because I do my best. That's the consequences of my actions are because I'm trying to do the best. I don't expect anything in return. So not only do I disagree with you in terms of how to view differing situations, I usually don't expect that if I treat someone really, really well, that somehow I'm expecting something in return. They choose to love who they want to love. And my best way now is to be as receptive as possible to that. Yeah, the difference between alone and being lonely is a big thing, yeah. But I think that you don't understand those experiences even if you know them, which can be a big difference. Well, that's the whole point. I already answered that question, so that's... Or until it becomes overwhelmed. Yeah, her say, and literally safety nets outside work building. You hope that you check into stream in a few years and you tell me that you don't realize what we're missing out on by having a loving partner. That would be an interesting possibility. I would say that you probably... I like to give you the benefit of the doubt that humans are built this way, but I'm going to tell you I'm probably not going to say I'm going to be missing out on having a loving partner. You're probably going to find me more of the times that I like having a loving partner. The comment that you made is you're saying missing out. Missing out requires that it's in the past tense. If in a few years, right? If I had a partner, say like a partner came, and then the partner gone in that same year, I would cherish the years that I had with that partner. I wouldn't miss out on it. Like I wouldn't pine over it in a negative way. It would be the most valuable years that I have. So if you're talking about missing out as in fondly remembering, then we're on the same page. Okay. Alright. Don't worry, I'm going to delete that. It was so cringe. Oh, well, I can't listen to it yet, so it's fine. I can't listen to it yet. Oh, if you said anything, sorry. We can both always remind ourselves that Newton was celibate. Newton had a lot of things on his mind. Oh, you had no audio? Okay, good. All right. This is this is very personal, so please ignore it if you're even a little bit uncomfortable answering. Have you lost your virginity? I might be asexual. I'll let you know. Since you asked. But I'm not asexual. I can tell you that though. I can tell you what I'm not. It was going to ask you for your opinion on your looks, but That's so cringy that she would compliments. I think you look very attractive. Yeah, you look like a spry young man. All right. So I can tell you those things, and by the way, we already had this discussion about asexuality. Yeah, asexuality is a thing, right? What have I said in this way? I have thought of it before. The whole asexual. Actually, we talked about asexuality before. I think, or it might be a German person that I was talking to. It might have been a German person. I don't remember their name. But here's one thing that I said before about how I may not be asexual, right? Libido works. I'll end it there, right? You use your imagination, I suppose. But let's just say the libido works. So no, it isn't. I sound like one though. I do have to admit though. There was another categorization of sexuality has gotten really complex. I don't want to stir up any controversy, but over the years, I'm gonna be as discreet as possible, as I can. Over the years, many people have expressed different, like, you know, how sexuality has become more like nuanced. So there's like all these things between asexual and I don't know what is the other one, like polyamorous, I guess. I don't know what the other thing would be, but anyways, and everything in between. And lately there's this thing called like a demi. I've heard this before too, demisexual. And that's usually like being attached based on like forming a relationship prior to the intimacy. So there are a lot of terms out there, and I am not up to date for that stuff. You're a demigod. So I get attached to people quite often. And whenever someone, like, to make it really clear, right? Some people think that I don't get hurt when I lose relationships. It's like humans get hurt when their relationships, like, it takes some sociopathy in order to prevent you from like feeling the hurt and the missing of partners and the missing of companionship. Like, I'm not saying I don't feel loneliness. I'm largely more demonstrating that you can manage these things and not show it openly all the time. Like, when am I lonely? Well, there are things that I have to do that require more than one person. That creates loneliness. And how do I address that loneliness? I try to do things that I can do alone, right? So that keeps that whole FOMO at bay. Like, for example, I'm very privileged to have both my parents, right? They're together. Both my biological parents are still together, and they are within my physical distance, right? Like, I can go talk to them. However, when you're trying to manage something, like say one of your parents pass away, right? It's kind of like at a later stage now for me, where the thing is, I would then, in order for me to appreciate everything that I've had and all my time with them, I would try to do things and work around the idea that they're not around anymore. And because of that, I am healthier with my relationship in acceptance of all these things. So, like, how do you get more comfortable with being literally alone and how that triggers loneliness? You address what it's like to be alone and what your loneliness is, and then you build around, like you build with it, basically. So what are the things that loneliness brings? Detachment, or a feeling of lacking of connection with people. So what do I do then? I spend time streaming every day and trying to connect with people. Will that come of something, or will that become something? It may. The thing is, I'm doing something actively each day to make it possible. Like, I'm not looking to demand people to love me back. I'm working on anything I can do to make me want to be connected with other people. That allows me to feel like I'm working on my loneliness. So most of the time, it's every single day I try to work on skills that address the things that I may lack, and it gives me hopefulness and auspicious nature. And that's kind of what I want to basically radiate to the people around me. Like, if you have a problem, let's work on it. We will try to understand the nature to the best of our ability and work towards it. Things feel less like burdens and FOMO when you're starting to work towards it. So do I work towards companionship? I do. Being able to communicate more effectively, solving other people's problems, all of that is in like geared towards creating stronger, more consistent, and more frequent relationships. And those things, then I can build on those things. So the key, to me, the key to my loneliness is to work on it. And you can do other things too. There are other ways to go about this. You could say something like, well, I don't need another partner. I can prove to myself that I can do everything by myself. That's another route you can take. I didn't end up taking that route, right? Like, when I talk to someone else who has that and they're really successful and whatnot, Newton, I suppose we can use Newton, someone who's like celibate, right? I don't relate to that. So probably, unfortunately, like it may appear like I'm someone who don't want like close relationships, but all the things I work towards is what makes me very comfortable with the idea that having other relationships is a privilege. Trying to control people and change their mind is something that I don't spend my time lingering on. I don't want to shape people because I have no control over that. What I can do is I can make the best form of me and see what become of that. So it's not to expect what I deserve for inputting something. Is being attractive, making myself attractive as possible. And that's not, we're not talking about like hair, like I'm the hair department, like ugh, like, or athleticism. Like, there are so many other things I can work on myself to make myself more attractive. And I think, to me, that's far healthier and more balanced lifestyle. You make yourself as attractive as possible. And we're not talking about vanity, just vanity. We're talking about being nice, being kind, always being available. So like, if I truly am going to say I'm ready, I put myself out there, like go to conferences, go to bars, or go, the more experience you have, the more you're radiantly attractive. Attractive people are not the ones that worry about their loneliness. Like, they're not worried about the worst case scenario. They are doing their best to constantly improve themselves. And anything that they gain from that is a bonus. It is a privilege that life gives you. So if someone ends up saying, oh yeah, I'm just like wandering around, probably looking at the crack on the, like walking on the sidewalk and looking at the crack and like sipping my bubble tea, and they're like, oh hey, that person seems to be radiantly charismatic, and they approach me, then I take the opportunity. Everything that I've ever built would go towards that person who just randomly approached me, right? That's what it's like. Since I stay home most of the time, you can make an argument then, yeah, so not really going to happen. And that's fine, right? One day I'm gonna go out of my, I'm gonna go out and be working, or like go out at a family function or something. And the idea is when I leave a family function, everyone would have wanted to talk to me. And I leave. That's what happens most of the time. I don't necessarily become friends because I'm trying to resolve issues of other people having pining. I make myself available, and the moment when someone finds that something is attractive, I then can use all of my skills to try to be as attractive as possible. And I know some people are saying attractive, you mean like for a specific reason? No, it's for human connection. So like I like working on charisma because I didn't work on it when I was younger. My curiosity about being charismatic and being nice in a form of kindness with a human connection, with an emotional connection, that's kind of the thing we're working on. So if I have a lot of best friends, that's good enough love for me, right? Or I meet someone that genuinely also shares that prospect. I would love, like, if you want a really romantic image, if I do in fact meet someone who kind of like compliments me, they are probably going to be like not like me at all. So it would be interesting to see what can become of that, right? Oh no, Jordan Peterson once said, you want to be the strongest person at your father's funeral? Yeah, about Jordan Peterson. Are you up to date about Jordan Peterson? I suppose out of time, out of place, but yeah, that's a kind of a rough one there with the current state of things. Hey, hear me out. It's unfortunate. I do not ever wish for such things to happen, but definitely better circumstances for Jordan Peterson. That doesn't discount what was quoted though. What was quoted is amazing. Also, thank you, SN, for your compliment about me. Even if you felt like you had to something, I was fishing for it. Oh, okay. That's fine. Objectively attractive insofar as it can be objective. Yeah, fair enough. Yep. He bought his book 12 years ago, 12 Rules for Life. I see. There are quite a lot of other people that also hold up that banner with that things. It's like one of those things. Not everyone is cut out. Like, I want to be as respectful as I can, but there's a reason why a lot of times intellectual pursuits stay unattached to exploring the overwhelming circumstances of being emotionally tethered to like the rest of the human population, right? I mean, one could say it's kind of poetic that Newton was celibate, or like specialists, like the geniuses of humanity, all the puntated, they are very exclusive when it comes to interacting with the emotional burden that is what the internet represents. So it's quite unfortunate to see that not like it's unfortunate and kind of sobering at the same time, maybe hubris as well, to demonstrate that intellectual acuity may not necessarily promote the greatest clairvoyance, like in all omnipotent or omniscient clairvoyance, to addressing one's own human condition. right? And I think Jordan Peterson is one of those individuals. It is very humanizing, right? Oftentimes people forget that the individuals you are listening to and the things you say and exchange between people, humans still have specific breaking points when it comes to their human condition. So not everyone can expectedly be, I don't know, coherently expected to be very stable. I personally, I've already talked about this before. The environment that I chose is still within my comfort zone, right? I can't imagine, because I haven't experienced that, being so raised on an impression of one's own competence at such a high level, in such an omnipotent place, a ubiquitous position, to not second guess and be emotionally challenged. So like I personally do not envy that. Like I don't know if it will happen, but if it does, I'll still give it my best, right? And I think when it comes to Jordan Peterson, I'm beating around the bush here. I'm trying to be as discreet and respectful as I can. That's kind of what happened. Unprepared, right? Or maybe unprepared in the sense that I don't think the human condition allows anyone to be prepared for such things. They happen, and you do your best, right? It is a shame that he generally does have insightful information, but you think the overexposure to the internet really just broke him. Yes. I think that's the most considerate way, like a very considerate way of looking at it. And I would say, I talk about this a lot. If you want some fears and insecurities, I have the same insecurities about myself. Despite not, like, what is keeping myself from that happening is, I guess, my imposter syndrome and my hubris. Like, the fear of hubris is what's keeping me from putting myself into that position. I don't think, I rarely ever, you probably heard me say this many times, I'm not a leader. Like, I don't like transcending. I know I'm enlightened enough for the time being that if I am placed in that position temporarily, I might be able to hold up my game. Like, I'm able to hold it up, but I don't think I would be able to, I'm not equipped to do that permanently. I think there are fantastic human beings that may be quote unquote built different than I am, but I don't think intellectual pursuits or being objectively attractive or charismatic is like a inherent thing that a singular human is equipped with. I believe, at least through my understanding of the human condition, that it gives at some point. So creating a safety net or creating a support system without having to be like self-reliant, like completely independent, that's, I think, the overexposure typically, and when one is broken or is not, also it's also how one recovers from it. So hopefully maybe this won't be the last time we speak about it, and there would be like a path to redemption or something like that with like good support system and whatnot. I don't have much, some people might say, well, you're just cowardly or something, but I don't have much confidence or that level of pride that would place me at a position so confident to be like, oh yeah, I can be overexposed to people's concerns and not have it break me. I think ultimately I would be broken pretty quickly. So in no way am I trying to compare myself to the best of this person. I'm more considering my comparisons of how easily or fragile humans can be unexpectedly. So I tend to err on the side of caution a lot of times. Yeah, I recently watched the documentary or like exposés or journalistic things on the existing body of individuals who have a long-standing influential position, and I've been evaluating myself personally, evaluating like what type of individuals that I could defer, right? Like if someone's saying, oh, I just don't understand you, I can, like this discussion that we have about relationships, oh, I can't possibly understand what you mean by this. Like, okay, well, I do know a couple of other people who have a different, different ways of explaining, or maybe something aligned, and I would use that. So over time, I did come across names like Jordan Peterson. And that was brought up, by the way, like 6 or 7 times over the last 3 years, because individuals would think that I resonate or I present ideas and maybe philosophies coincidentally. They're all coincidentally, like Jordan Peterson. And then there's others, like a drama brought up the learning coach Justin Sung, and then I got introduced to Justin Sung there and then the last like 2 months, and I realized, oh yeah, he did it all already. Like I don't have to say anything. Like if you want another person's professional explainer for many of the concepts that I talk about, this person already did it for the last like 7 years. I think I don't know who's older. There's a chance I might be slightly older than this person, maybe by 1 year or something, but they already did it. They did all this, and I was living under a rock. And then of course, way back, like another 2 or 3 years back, someone introduced me to Vin. Vin is a speech coach, and yeah, same deal. So these individuals are really cool to follow, and it's very affirmative. Like what I mean is I get a lot of affirmation from hearing them talk and not rewording my words, but coincidentally having similar perspectives and different ways to explain these things. And over the years, despite having only meet 1 or 2 random people every so often, those individuals who actually stay ends up deferring to someone that I remind them of, right? There's one big difference that most people, I will never remind people of the people on the content creator, and it would put me in their position, and that is, I think I am important enough to sell something. I am not important enough to sell something. So that's probably one of the traits that I don't think by default. It's a paradox. In order to find someone who's incredibly influential, have lots of following, and is a professional, you would have to seek to be a professional who also understands how to exercise all those things. So I don't do that. And I want to make it clear, I am doing it by choice. I understand the concept of doing that. And it goes back to the idea that, oh, don't you want to be famous, or don't you want that stuff? I can't really want something that I don't have yet. Again, back to the whole like pining for a love of a partner. However, I understand the concepts and benefits of having that, and also the cons, the pros and cons of having that, right? That also goes with having a loving partner, the pros and cons. You might be thinking, oh, what are the cons of having a loving partner? Missing them when they're gone. That's a possibility, right? One of the dualities of the human condition is the things you love are also the scariest things that you have. Like, and that's kind of why every opportunity is a wonderful opportunity to try to wrangle the most potential out of them. So that's kind of how I approach things most of the time. Like, what you see, if you see someone who is constantly only talking to themselves on stream, you also see someone who is also not overbearingly concerned with being popular. Although those things, they go hand in hand, and the whole cake and eat it stuff. Yeah, 6 or 7 people mentioned Jordan Peterson. When I started learning language, like I really honestly do not like it. It is very humbling how well informed people are with very specific influential individuals because of parasocial relationships. So 6'7", yeah, I know 6'7". I didn't do that intentionally, by the way. It's actually 6 or 7 people, but I understand that you are making the 6'7" meme joke. What'd you call it? Jordan Peterson came up, and like language learning, immediately Stephen Krashen came up. Steve Kaufman, like Stephen Kaufman. Matt vs. Japan. Like, I drop names all the time, right? Or I drop names of the names that people introduce me to as well. And then I have very difficult time remembering the names that I'm seeing content from, which is like the problems and the observations that I see in others are also happening to me. So I don't want to make it sound like, oh, I don't do this at all. I actually do it quite often. Like, we're humans. Sometimes I do feel it takes someone like, I don't know, Jordan Peterson to like exclude themselves and make them feel like they're different from everyone else in order to be in a position like that, right? You are in elevated position, like Newton is Newton, Einstein is Einstein. I rarely ever feel like, oh yeah, I'm a gift to the world. I know that's not, I know that sounds a little narcissistic and arrogant, and that's not how other people feel. Like, not everyone feels that way, despite being in an influential thing. There's some elements of that. There's some extent of that, right? In order to have pride and confidence in your work to be able to sell, you need to have a lot of that. And it's actually one of my weakest traits. My weakest traits is the fear of accountability, the fear of finding out that no, I am as ordinary as I thought I was. And how do I manage that? The same loneliness equation. I spend most of my days worried about how I can be better than yesterday. That's how I manage my insecurities about not being good enough. I talk about this before. I'm not good enough to have my own lab at a top university in the United States, having like 3 or 4 graduate students and running 2 classes at a top university. I wasn't good enough. How do I cope with that? Or how do I FOMO, deal with that FOMO? I do the same thing and I work at it from a different angle. So, of course, okay, I'm not able to convince the US government to give me $500,000 every year for 5 years to fund a project that I personally feel like I want to explore as a scientific intellectual, but not necessarily through the purpose of applying the science to something applicable in the near future. If I can do that, awesome. I can't do that now, so what am I going to do? I'm going to work on other things that deal with trying to do that. Get better at my writing, right? Get better at my speech. That's what we do. You work at something so that those insecurities become less insecure, right? At least from my perspective. Others might be like, well, if you're never going to be good enough, you're never going to be good enough. Like, okay, that's fine. Like, I guess you can believe that. If you believe that I'm never good enough, then it doesn't matter what I do. I'm never going to be good enough, right? So you can stay with your paradox, and I can stay with mine, if you call it a paradox, and I would be happy, and you would be indifferent, right? Or you could pity me, which is what that one dude did on the Neverwinter video. You could pity me, and thank you. Thank you for your pity, I suppose. I'm not going to reciprocate that pityness with thankfulness because I didn't ask for your pity, right? I'm grateful in a way that it wasn't like... It's so hard to... This part is a part that I'm still having trouble like wrapping my head around. I don't know if I'm like reflexively adverse to people's pity, because when someone sees that the first thing they can do for another person is to pity them, it makes me think that what is going on in their lives, that their action is to pity someone else. Because for me, I rarely, again, I try not to pity people. I try to be part of their lives and then do something with it, right? So much like the way I address loneliness and the FOMO and whatnot, it really did trigger me a little bit, that person's comment. And triggering in not an anger way, but more in a how off that person's impression could be about me. Like, self-pity is probably the last thing I want to do to like make my life better. Like, I don't know if there is a person out there who says something like, oh yeah, you know, I just practice a bunch of self-pity, that's why I'm very happy in life. Like, it's crazy. And that only makes me more and more curious about what that person does on a regular basis. Do they anger program their game so that they can play their game to address their own pity? Like, I mean, I'm not even motivated to make my own game. And I could be upset about a video game, but it still doesn't move me to be like, oh, I'm so sad that the world is so misunderstood, and I don't want to believe that humans are all crazy, cynical, greedy people, but I do believe that, so that's why I'm pitying everyone and then going to my corner and self-pitying. You know. I think I would quote someone else in this case, but maybe something from like Dr. Mike or something. A particular Dr. Mike, not I'll let you guess which Dr. Mike. Something about the idea of when you're seeking connection with someone, right? Or like when you're trying to think about forming connection with people. There are people who want to have other people behave and meet their expectations. And then there are a very astonishingly rare occasions nowadays. They're rare. I'm not saying they don't exist, but it's less common these days, in which that people radiate what they do best, like what they work on, and make them more shining. Like, you shine more, so then more people notice you. Not the other way around, where you're trying to convince people to notice you. You simply shine so bright that they notice you even if they don't want to, or they want to notice you because you simply shine that brightly. And I am far more a person to the latter than the former. I don't want to convince people that I'm important. I want to show them that I might have something useful if I was part of their life.
or something like that, or even vicariously. So that's kind of like, you might be saying, oh, you're just describing a passionate person. No, no, no. There are passionate people who require the attention of their passion. And then there are individuals who are unapologetically passionate, and they can do with or without the motivation of an outward force. So, it's shocking to me that someone has come under the impression that I play video games because the video game has to please me. Like, that's coping. That is also self-pity. I don't play video games because the video game needs to please me. I play video games to see what's pleasing about it. That, like, different takes. I want to get close to someone to see where it goes. I don't want to get close to make it happen. Like that's a different story. Yes, you may want to control that type of thing, but I think the last thing you kind of want to control is someone else. Tangent, but what have you asked for Christmas? We didn't ask for anything. Oh, by the way, my family doesn't do, but we don't ask for things. Yeah, we didn't, not really. It's been a very long time. Have I ever asked anything for Christmas? Let me think. I don't think I've ever asked anything for Christmas. That's a good question. I don't remember the last time I asked for anything. Technically asking is involved. So let's I need to be a little bit more specific. That's a great approach to your opinion, having a general want for a good relationship and then narrowing down the type of relations that have the initial interaction. Yeah. For ask for, it like, ask foring deals with the idea of like getting something, like, like wanting something. So in that way, I do want things, like want things. In terms of asking, that's an interesting question because my relationship with my family is that we know what each other wants. So in my family, it's like pulling teeth on what they want to ask for. Like, for example, my father could be like, man, it would be great if I had this thing. I'll just go get it now. And then my father would ask me like, I think your mother's like phone is like really out of date. Can you buy the buy the new iPhone for her? Like, okay. Like that's it. Like that's the form of asking. So not in the sense of gifting, but just getting. So I haven't really asked for it. Like that's a interesting euphemism. So like my father, like yesterday, 3 weeks ago, he's like, okay, I need a second one of these gigantic solar power battery packs. Here it is. Here's the card. Order it. I'm like, okay. And I do that, and then it comes in the next day. So maybe not for Christmas. We don't usually ask for anything for Christmas. The closest thing I can say for asking is on a blue moon, we have a dinner together. So sometimes my parents or one of us or an extended member would ask to have dinner together. And that's probably the biggest ask. And you might be saying, maybe that's cringy or something. Some people might think it's cringy, but that is the most important thing. That's the most precious thing. You ask for time. In my opinion, time is the most important thing. You asked your dad to pay for a dentist trip and whatever worked you may need done after they examine your wonky gnashers. Oh no. Your dad's the exact same, although he's bought Expedition 33 and asked me to pay for it as his present. Oh, that's I think that's closer. We're pretty much very similar on the page. Like, you get the thing. It doesn't necessarily have to be for Christmas. You have if you have loving people around you, they are more than willing when you have to ask, right? There's a difference. If you don't ask for help or desires too often in your life, when they ask, it's more like a do. So like, if my father says, I want a new car, we go buy a new car. Because he rarely ever asks for anything. My mother rarely asks for anything. I rarely ask for anything. So what do? We spend most of our time trying to figure out if we buy something for the other person because we think they want it, that's what we get. So you don't get things for asking. You get things because people just want to give you them. So like most of the stuff that I've gotten for Christmas, I never asked for, but I love them. So like the stuff that we're talking about, like these two red pandas, I already talked about these stories. These two red pandas was a Christmas gift. It's a Christmas mishap actually, but these two things, most of the stuff that I have, I like. They serve no functional purpose other than the idea that they were gifted without asking. And I typically do things without asking. And I understand that some people are like, oh, but what if you gift them something they didn't want? Then I didn't understand them. And it makes for a good story and a great way to figure out what did I get wrong. Like it's an opportunity to talk to you, the person you're gifting. So I rarely ever ask for anything. If someone does something, I'm incredibly elated. Like it's the most beautiful thing that you can ever receive from someone. When someone gives you something without ever asking you. Now, hear me out. If you were raised the other way around, being able to ask something may be very important. I'm trying to create like relativity here. My life, we don't ask for things. We achieve them. We get them. And so when someone gives something, and if I ever ask for something, it becomes very special. If your culture or your background and your life experience is the other way around, then you can counter argue with me. Your life is filled with times where you can't ask for anything because you don't, you don't want to feel insecure or weak or wanting or clingy. That's definitely all the other people who have different experiences than I do. But for myself personally, yeah, it's been a very long time since I asked for something. I barely even asked for help. Like if you want something really serious about the topic, my family is horrible at even asking for help. Like the first thing we probably ask for is help, not a gift. Like not like ask for like I don't know, the next video game or more subscribers, ask for like desiring more views or having YouTube highlight, like these things, that's not important. So the one time we save for asking for it is probably help. What do I want help with? I don't. Because I didn't ask. I'm saying the act of asking for something is very difficult. It's so difficult that the thing that is even incredibly important, you wouldn't ask for it either. Because it doesn't feel like you need it. So I rarely ever ask for help either. I appreciate the help, but you would have to figure it out yourself. Because I wouldn't openly share it. Or not only would I not be openly share it, I might not even be aware. So here's a bit of hubris for me, or a bit of sobering humility for myself. It would take another person to know how they can help me, to even know if I could ask for help. Because I don't genuinely think oftentimes that I will ever ask for help. I did ask for help sometime in my life, and I know I am able to do that, at least that. One of the sobering and, dose of reality is that early in life, I found that I can't do everything on my own. So that's why I seek human connection. Now, the thing is, the human connection part is where I find help of which I do not know myself. So I can't possibly know things that other people know if I don't connect with them. So right now, I wouldn't ever ask for help because I do believe that there are enough people around in my life, hopefully, around my life that when I need help, they can see it. Because I would be very hesitant to ask for help myself. That's why I believe in good support systems. Like, certainly one man could be a mountain of his own figurative imagination, but certainly it takes more than one man to move a mountain. That sounded a little misogynistic. One person can certainly be a mountain, but figuratively. But to move a mountain may often require more than one person. So the idea is that I probably wouldn't ask for help because usually I don't think I need help. Now, help can come in forms of many situations. People could pity me and provide help and enrich my life, and that would still be considered help. I wouldn't consider it as help, but it's welcomed. So kind of like a relationship and viewership and subscriptions. If they happen, I welcome them. And if they feel like they're helping me with that, I welcome it. I wouldn't ask for it. I didn't do it because I asked for it. Like, I didn't stream because I wanted viewership. I didn't stream because I wanted, like, a viral sensation, clout stuff. That's not what I did it for, right? If you ask me what I did it for, it would still not be asking for help. It would be explaining what I did it for, right? Yeah, wishful thinking is really not my jam. Maybe I could even say that I'm probably a terrible person to ask how one could be more, like, demanding or clingy. I'm not a clingy person, or I don't cling on to things. And that's probably, it comes with cons. If you don't cling on to things that you love well enough, then they don't stay around. So if I want to turn the counter argument against me, right? Like someone play my own worst critic. Yeah, usually when you don't cling on to things that are worthwhile, the other person can't reciprocate. Right? So desperation, emotional, like, pursuit and whatnot can be reciprocated too. I just don't happen to rely on that. Also, you haven't been able to think of anything to ask for? Exactly. That sounds like you're really happy. At least in my opinion. It's doubly stressful as your birthday, the 1st of January. Yikes. Dang. So it's twice the amount of I don't know what I want. Yeah, I haven't ever... My parents asked me though. I'm going to tell you now. My parents do ask me. Here's what they asked me last time during my birthday. Do you want a cake? And I said, I don't know, like, no. They got a cake anyways. Like, this was 3 years ago. Now they just buy a cake. Like, hey, we got a cake. Like, okay. And it's like, dude, like, what do you think? It tastes delicious. Like, I'm glad you got a cake. That's how that works. So, like, I'm always glad that things happen for me, but they're gifts, and I will always cherish them. I don't ask to be like showered in gifts. So Christmas is an interesting time when it comes to gift giving. Happy dollars. Proka, happy dollars. Like, stop giving, like, if people are giving me more happy dollars, I need to dispense the happy dollars again, right? I spend most of my time distributing the happy dollars, only to receive happy dollars in return. So it's kind of like I have enough situation. Like, if someone asks me, don't you want to make a lot of money? It's like, I have enough. I have enough money. If you give me money, I'm going to give it away. Like, I'm going to use it somehow to do something with it, right? Like, if I can turn happy dollars into more happy dollars, then that's probably what I'll do. But if you provide a gift to me, I will turn it into a story that maybe can bring gift and hopefulness to other people, right? Make it more valuable than it is, like that it was initially. Make it transformative. Also, you know, your birthday gift is your mom paying for tickets to go to a Manchester United match, which you're very excited for. Oh, Manchester United. Why do I know a lot about Manchester United? Oh, it's probably because of John Green. Oh, wait. Wasn't there like a... I swear I've seen a movie about Manchester United. I'll have to get back to you on that. Although you're a bit nervous as well, you don't know if you remember the horrible night. I don't know if I remember the horrible night you had when you went to Manchester. Oh, was that in Manchester? I do. I didn't know if I knew you were in Manchester. Well, hopefully this time is different. I'm sure. All right. That's good. That's good. Here's a story. Yeah, you guess it's the movie where Americans go to England as they were the Manchester United fan club from Ohio. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah. So I'll give you one last story. I don't think this is oftentimes said enough, but there are a lot of short stories that I've shared with my friends in retrospect that seemed very trivial, perhaps, to like the people involved, but they were monumental for me. So, during my time in New Zealand, my 21st birthday was actually in New Zealand, by the way. I turned 21, not in the country that I was born. I actually turned 21 when I was in New Zealand. And since we were all abroad, we were a group of Americans from the same college. And as well as we had 2 host people. Like, they were a professor at the college. So we have journal clubs, like journal to get together and talk about our experiences and whatnot. And it seemed like everyone does this all the time, but my birthday happened. So they decided to get a cake. And it was during this time. And it was the very first time that something like that has ever happened in my life. Like, when you're thinking about like birthday parties and like a bunch of friends, like you're surrounded with basically people that you haven't spent your entire life with, and it happened in that way. That was the very first time that has ever happened, and I was 21 years old. And like I was still like emotionally suppressed then, but I like it was I was near the time when I was becoming a lot more emotional and expressive. Like I was like crying inside. I was legitimately crying inside. Obviously I wasn't crying outwards. So things like that happened in my life, and that's a gift. That's what I mean by gift. Like in New Zealand, like it was very hard to contact my parents. We had language barrier. We're still doing all that stuff. All the other members were like busy chatting up and talking about, but we have this like distinct separation. It's a cultural boundary. So having that happen, it was only going to be possible in a different culture. And I was surrounded by Americans, and Americans do these things. It was beautiful. It was so beautiful that that's kind of what I mean by life is filled with gifts. Like asking for something. I didn't grow up. My parents gave me a lot of things. That's why I'm incredibly grateful. I rarely ever ask for anything, and you know, you can turn this around on me. Some cynic could turn around and say, you don't think you ever asked for anything because your parents were loving. You were lucky, right? You were lucky to have parents, and they always gave you. They always know what you needed. They always gave. Yes, exactly. That's exactly the point. So I grew up as an adult who rarely ever asked for help and asked for anything for that reason too. So on the one hand, someone could argue, well, you were just some really privileged, spoiled. You're just like some privileged, spoiled brat that got everything you want. That's why you can sit here and talk about how you never asked for anything and you never need anything. It's like, I needed a lot of things. Oh, trust me, I need a lot of emotional things, but I didn't ask for them. My parents were incredibly like hardworking. They give me so many things to try to offset that too, and that's why I'm grateful for it. So no, not everyone who has parents that try to make them successful and all that ends up turning into a cynical, spoiled person who can't appreciate adversity, right? And that's the contrast of my upbringing. We don't ask for things. We need to be well enough, good enough in our lives that we can help other people. And those people may in turn return the gift of being available mutually. So that's how I approach people in my adult life. I invest in people as much as knowing that they can invest in me. Other than that, yeah, I rarely ask for things. Hello there, Bree. I'm doing pretty well. We're like reminiscing because it's Christmas Eve, and then we talked about Christmas, and then Christmas turned into a huge digression about life and romance, companionship. It's that time of the year, right, Bree? As I will echo what I've said to you in the previous couple of days, it's the most loneliest time for people, and also the most happiest time in people. You get all these things, and we're kind of just exploring that today. How are you doing, Bree? How are you feeling? How's work? It's been a while. Did your parents have any direct influence on you having passive income? No. Yeah, every single dollar that I have now was from me. We didn't do allowances, if that's what you're talking about. Like, there's no such thing as allowances. Like, I'm not sure how allowances work. Like, I know this concept where like parents give you money, or like, now hear me out. Technically, my parents have all influence on my passive income because I can't exist without my parents, right? So outside of that, when you say direct, if you're talking about financial, every single dollar that I own is mine. In fact, most of the time now, it's a privilege when my parents ask me to buy something for them. That's my privilege. Like, not long ago, like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I had the privilege to tell my parents, like straight up to my dad and mom, like especially my father, like, why aren't you spending the money you saved for me and my sister? Because you don't need to save that money anymore. I know you spend most of your life saving that money thinking that we might need it one day, but I don't need it. So now you can go and spend it. To this day, I'm going to tell you now, my parents still have like life insurance. They still have annuities. They still have assets, properties, all that will be eventually inherited either by me or my sister. And I don't know what my sister's opinion is because I don't really talk to her about these things. I don't want any of that. Like, what I mean is, I don't ask or want any of that, but I will take it because it's a gift from my parents. And if my sister wants it, then she can have it too, right? Or my children's children, if I have children, you know, other children and so on, like whichever it is. But generally speaking, what is my parents' money stays my parents' money until death do them part. The things that I were given, I took out loans, go to school, I paid the loans as I'm going. After the second year, I was steady state with my loans and my payments, and that's it. And the rest was history. We went, took loans, went to school, got us a, you know, like, the reason why I could like catch up with my loans is I worked when I was 16 years old, and I basically just saved all of that. So then I had a half start in my college things, and then I had scholarships. So I had relatively like a few $1,000s in loans, so I could pay that off because I already had a few $1,000s when I was working. Now hear me out. Technically, my parents definitely had a direct influence on my passive income because they fed me. I wasn't paying rent. I wasn't paying for the food. Like, all of that would have taken it out on my income when I started earning. So technically, it's very difficult to ever say that my parents haven't ever had a direct influence on my passive income. The passive income was made possible because I didn't pay money when I couldn't earn money. So I've earned all the money that I currently have and used when I started earning money. But at the same time, when I started earning money, I technically needed to pay 2 years of rent, right? Because I was still living at home. I worked before I became an adult. So technically those 2 years, I still had to pay rent and food, rent and food. So I would say that counts as direct influence on my passive income. Technically, I don't have passive income until I was like 30. So, like, I was going paycheck to paycheck. It was like whatever I earned is whatever I save. So technically, I didn't add a form of passive income until I stopped working, right? And even then, I wouldn't even qualify as passive income. It's more like whatever happened, I saved up. Doing all right. You do work 5 days in a row starting Friday. Oh, so it's not this past week, but this coming week. Or wait. Oh yeah, it's so this coming week. How's your Christmas? Almost Merry Christmas. Happy almost Merry Christmas. How's Christmas Eve going? Free. And that'll be fun, but happy to have 3 days off in a row. Very nice. I think my mother is off as well. You doubt you'll ever will, but would you be open to giving advice if you wanted some tips on having a passive income? I think sure, we could talk about it, but since you live in a different country, probably most of that is irrelevant. I genuinely have no idea how it works in the UK. Like, not at all. I have like no foundational understanding of any of the economics and financial situations of any country outside of not even the entire United States. It's just like a state or two. Yeah, not that you ever will, but still, like maybe like when we're 50 and you're like 30 and you have like something or something like that. Do you think there would ever be a situation in which you would send a viewer money? I have already. There are situations. You're not setting myself up to ask you for money. No, that's right. I know, it's out of curiosity. Yes, I already sent money before. I send what I can. I send what I'm comfortable in sending. They ask for an amount, and I tell them if I can at the time. Well, you worked 3 days in a row this past week. How was this past week? I was thinking you like worked 5 days after the 2-day rest from the last 3 days, but it's coming up. I see. Because like my first thought is, oh man, I don't know if Bree has to work during Christmas. That's rough. Is the place open? Is your place open during Christmas? I imagine it is. It has happened before. I've sent money before. It wasn't a big deal. Like, for full disclosure, it's like someone asking for $15 or $20, and based on their way of communicating and stuff, they probably got like, it's like a trying to do like a GoFundMe situation. So like when someone said like, oh, they're having problems paying the utility, and my first thought is, and they're asking me for $15, and I'm like, I don't think $15 is going to solve your utility problem, but here you go. Like, it's not my place to know that, so I imagine that what they did was they contacted a bunch of people to do that, and then that was it. One thing that I do have a problem with giving money, I did encounter a situation with giving money. They keep telling me that they'll pay me back. And I have a problem with this because I never told them that they need to pay me back. Like, I don't even care if they were swindling. I had a feeling you were going to talk about this, Proko. No, like, I don't care what they do with the money. It goes back to the same principle. I'm giving them money. If I have chosen to give them money, that's a gift. It's not a loan. Like that's different, at least in my opinion. So the situation that I typically get myself into sometimes is that this person keeps coming back and keeps telling me that, oh yeah, 3 weeks later, like, oh, don't worry, I haven't forgotten to give your money back. And I'm like, I didn't ask for the money back. Like I say, good luck. I hope this helps out. And you're not obligated to pay me back. The idea is that you asked to be given some money, and I've given you money that I'm willing to give. It still doesn't stop those individuals, in my opinion, and I'm perfectly grateful. I understand what they're trying to do for their own coping mechanisms, but I didn't loan them money. I'm not a loan shark. Do you get the sense that they won't give the money back? Unfortunately, since it's already after the fact, I can't really tell you this. But during the time, I didn't care, so I didn't know. Like, I didn't read into it. Like, I would say I didn't know. However, after the fact, no, none of them gave money back. Like, the 5 or 6 times that happened online, right? No, they didn't give the money back. Would that mean that the next time someone asked me for money, I would seem like they won't give back. No, I just do the same thing. Like, how much money can I give right now? Hey, my PayPal account has 15 bucks. My PayPal account has 15 bucks from like people giving me money on stream. Like, here you go. Like, you can have this. It's readily available. That's actually what happened, by the way. So, way back in the day, you know, when Twitch was still a strong rival in its own ways, I set up a PayPal account for donations, right? That was a thing. People wanted to figure out how they could support me in a way, like support me. And like, it wasn't that I wanted support. Like, I didn't say, I didn't, people say, oh yeah, but you could set this up in case you allow people to support you. It's like, that's a great way. And I'm like, okay, I'll set this up. It's that link still exists, by the way. It's in the description. So they gave me money. And this money, nearly all of the money was given away. Was this before you got the sub ability? No, it was after we got the sub ability. The thing is, the difference between sub is a cut. So whenever that link still exists. You have to, it's hard to know where the link is though. What you call it? I only point to it when someone asks where it is, because it's actually a little bit harder than most people think, at least for the current internet generation. So what you call it, when you said like oh, where was I going with this? So for the sub ability, right? It was after the sub ability, because subs, it's a 50-50 cut. But if you donate is whatever, it's like 90, it's like, I don't know, 80-20 or something, because of like PayPal's cut, or 80-30 or 70-30 or something like that. So there was this controversy, you know, like, well, not really controversy, but just the nature of finances. When you're donating is different from subbing, but subbing can increase your clout on Twitch. So subbing has tangibles, right? Or intangibles, sorry. Subbing has intangibles. It makes your channel feel like it has more subs, but I'm not doing it for the subs. But then people want to support me in different ways. That's why I allowed different ways people can support me, right? And that's kind of how Twitch has always been. Twitch has often been financial contributions. On YouTube, it's time. Time is the majority financial commitment. You watch the videos, you wait for the ads, or you pay YouTube Premium and you still watch the videos. Those videos turn into revenue. That's the majority of how YouTube monetizes things. Twitch prioritizes actual monetary exchange, but not call it monetary exchange. It's through a middleman. So that's why that thing existed. And I'm no stranger. I've already disclosed this. I think over my 7+ years of streaming, 95% of the Twitch like donations and stuff came from one person. Actually, I take it back. Maybe like 80%. And then the other like 19% came from a second person. And then all of the other things are come from subs, right? And those subs entirely come from people who I don't even like speak nor even interact with me on a daily basis, and they are acquaintances and or mix of people. So like you would have never, like, it would be very rare do you know any of these. So nearly all of the people who have given me something have given it to me out of the generosity of like you, Procall, and like Drama recently. I remember most of those people because I don't ask for this. Like, I understand that that's one way to do things. I think for Twitch, one thing that would be fantastic for Twitch is, which they're working on, by the way, so is YouTube working on, and that is the spreading of word of mouth. Like finding different avenues to spread word of mouth. If you're and it's dependent on me, basically. It depends on me. If I don't give you enough things of which you mention and you talk about those things, then there's no value in like, to me, there's no value of myself that you should be worried about these things, like supporting and stuff. What I mean by that is, if one day you go and talk to someone and someone has a problem and you had an idea and you remember our conversations or something, that is the most valuable thing that you can ever do, at least in my opinion, for myself. And it has to happen naturally, right? I don't think there's anything more valuable to like kind of reciprocate what my gift is. If you are not investing in another person because I'm investing in you, then I failed. And there's no obligation beyond that. So that's kind of like the whole gift giving thing, right? If I gift something to you, I hope that brings you joy, in which enables you to want to bring joy to someone else. Other than that, there's no need for like having to be present all the time or always being happy because you want me to be happy, or always going around advertising things. That's kind of the thing that I would accept as a gift, but I would not encourage someone to have to do that. That's creating codependency. Like, I don't want people to be codependent. We're not having a transaction here. Twitch and YouTube for me is not a transaction. I'll tell you when it becomes a transaction. Maybe one day. Like, for example, if I get sponsored by Sega, for example, for Like a Dragon, I will tell you that, hey guys, Sega is sponsoring the stream. By the way, there was a recent RGG sponsor for like someone that I watch, was showing the new gameplay trailer stuff for Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides, because it's coming out in February, right? And I would tell you that, hey guys, if you have some time, please go check out, right? Please go check out Like a Dragon, Kiwami 3, and Dark Tides at this link, because Sega is generous enough to sponsor this video, and I would disclose that, basically. Right. I don't have the privilege to do any of that because I haven't ever been sponsored, but I can tell you now, the people who gave me keys to like review their game and stuff, I haven't stopped doing that, right? Wagotabi, every time I stream, I still pick up every Wagotabi update every 6 months, right? That's how it works. There was a time when technically I was sponsored by I had a relationship with Cryptic, and I did something for Neverwinter Online, right? So I disclosed that too. That's kind of one of those gift situations. Also, 3 days until the final OPM season 3 episode. Oh no, is out. Despite the criticism, it's still you're still very excited for it. I'll have to watch it. I'm gonna try to once the season is over, Procall, I typically watch it all at once. I know that's not how other people do it, and that might not be the greatest way for like the commercialism of other things, but I will probably watch all of it. Currently, I'm watching a show called Kingdom, and it's about the Warring States. Basically, the Warring State is the couple years before the first empire of China. The Qing dynasty was established. So it's like chronicling in a fictional dramatized way of the years before the Qing dynasty came into being. And then you follow one of the characters who happens to be on the soldier side of the Qing, or the Qing kingdom at the time. And then it's the warring period. That's your plan as well for OPM season 3. Oh, so you're not watching along the way. Yeah, I'll probably like watch all of it at the same time. So we can definitely talk about One Punch Man and like the unfortunate situation of all the things that are happening with a One Punch Man. I think it's a very important thing to raise awareness of. Like I talk about like work environments and stuff when it comes to these types of situations. To be honest, you regret subbing to you. Not that you don't want to support me, but that the money wouldn't have made nearly any difference to you financially. Exactly. So, but we will always know. And I imagine someone subbing to you don't necessarily be as meaningful as a heartfelt. Like, but we'll always know. I think it's very like it is as meaningful. So, hear me out. It's meaningful because now it means something to both of us. You bringing it up also makes it even more meaningful, right? So the reason we have these discussions is now we can make meaning out of them. The action itself may or may not be regretful when one understands the meaning of it after. Like, trying to think of it like what happens in the past is not quite, you know, the intent of trying to make meaning. Meaning comes with transformative things. So having all this discussion about finances and all that stuff, it is very meaningful to me that you went out of your way, despite your regretfulness of talking about the objective nature of the differences in finances. That thought is what matters to me. So the idea that you have spent your time and your emotional ambivalence on creating a gesture that may or may not necessarily be as meaningful as a heartfelt message, you've already done all those things. So that just means more icing on the cake, right? So I want to keep that in mind, that regret is in the past. What you make of it in the present is what's fantastic about people's actions, like how meaningful things are. Meaning is transcendent. It does not stay static, right? If we try to objectify things in our past, then most things will honestly gonna be regretful in hindsight, because the human condition, we're not clairvoyant, right? So inherently, if you're constantly going to apply objectivity to something you've done in the past, in hindsight, it will kind of dwarf most things objectively. Like what the internet does all the time. Like, if I wanted to start over learning Japanese, here's what I would do, and here's what I would avoid. Here are all my mistakes that I've made in the last 200 days, objectively speaking. Like, those are the videos that, in my opinion, kind of cloud the important understanding that meaningfulness, satisfaction, and regrets, like all those things, they're dynamic, they're transformative in one's life. So I hope you don't feel that regretful, understanding that objectively it might not have financially changed anything, but you know, also your stepdad just stormed into your office and told you off for still being good. Yeah, you should really get some sleep, of course. And this was a very healthy Christmas Eve, right? For me, I have one more hour, but it's a wonderful start to a Christmas day. Like, I am very thankful. I know you subbed before. The action makes it meaningful. The thought that you had at the time of the action can be part of a bigger meaning, right? So I think that's one of the really wonderful things about the human mind and the human condition. If you're living a life of regret, they don't have to stay regrets. And you can build upon them. So when you're subbing next time, like if you ever think about subbing again, you could change it. You could say something like, oh, hey, by the way, sub to you again, but hey, you know what? I just wanted to tell you that I would sub to you again because I can, but now I'm not going to because I already did it before. More meaning. It creates even more weight. So it creates a It creates a story that is continuing, right? To be fair, you think when you sub it was about 25% off, so at least you didn't spend the full That's objectively sound. And the good news about and I'll give you more objective news. That 25% off, it Amazon is making, Twitch is making up that difference. So like if you want to be even more objective about it, not only did you pay less during that time, the streamer who you sub gets the full amount because it's offset by Twitch. Sometimes that's not true because when you sub at a discount, the streamer would have a discount of the cut. That can happen on certain platforms. Like it's finances. If we're talking about objectivity and legalities and stuff, these things are quite important to someone who knows finances, right? Like, do you mean like if I pay less, I save less? If I pay more, I save more situation, right? That kind of thing. Very important concept when it comes to buying big ticket items versus small ticket items. So like small ticket items with high percentage off versus large ticket items with small percentages off, right? That kind of thing also comes into play. Also, you were kind of bummed you don't have much stuff like exclusive emotes. All my emotes are in Discord, so you can still have access to all of them there. But yeah, there's no emotes. I haven't even loaded. I kind of removed them because you can all see them. You actually covered that in your data analysis assignment. Oh, the percentages. Yeah, percentages apply to a principal lump sum. So like you have that's a really great concept. Like one of the core foundation concepts I feel like in the United States is kind of very warped for the layman. The concept of having a large lump sum with a small principal interest versus a small lump sum with a high principal interest, right? And vice versa, and all the in-betweens and different steps and lengths like maturation time, per unit time situation. All those are very important to understand. So I figured I'd just throw in something to feed your finance decision-making stuff. Yeah, there's no exclusive emotes because they should all be available. In fact, if you use an extension called 7TV, you can trigger all those emotes, I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, I haven't loaded them all up. But if you want to see all the emotes that I've made like 4 years ago, they're all in Discord. So if you're in the Discord and you just bring up emotes to the channel, you can see all of them that I've made like 4 years ago. I have yet to go back and fill in all the slots, but I made those emotes because people wanted something back for subbing for me. And my thought was that's turning into something that's transactional. And I didn't want transactional thing. So I hope that they understand. So oftentimes, I'm not sure if you're familiar with some of these campaigns. But there are people who, what they do is they de-incentivize financial support, but they still give the idea of perks for them. And that's when I used to make emotes. Like where, oh yeah, I understand you're doing the generosity of your heart. But the problem I had was I was unable to fulfill that promise. Like I don't think I was realistically able to consistently fulfill that promise. So I didn't want to necessarily start an expectation that I can't maintain. Which is the idea that, oh hey, I know we're not talking about pushing subs or something like that, but I also can't produce emotes for that. You pointed out that there was a strong correlation between average purchase value and total spend, which seems obvious. However, it suggests that higher total spenders seems to not buy a higher volume of lower cost items, but rather buy the higher cost items, which have some good business insight. Yes, that is a very important. Surprisingly, I was able to follow that, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely convinced that just anyone could follow what you just said. Like, what I mean is, it's clear to me what you attempted to say there. However, I'm not entirely sure if that sinks in for a good majority of people, especially in the United States. Like, the idea that the correlation between average purchase value and total spend. And I think that's one of like the pitfalls, and kind of why Costco is fantastic in their business practices and the spending part, right? Like, I don't know if you're gonna do an assignment on Costco versus like a different models, like different models of wholesale versus like individualized things, and then how quantity volume, and how like prices are regulated based on wholesale versus like individual items, and how one can like make maybe applicable decisions based on what type of things you buy in high volume versus what type of thing you buy in low volume or individual. Yeah, Costco is interesting to you with the whole membership thing. Yeah, Costco really no, and they're not the only ones now, right? Actually, before Costco, there was Sam's Club, which was like the Walmart brand Costco, really. And now there are other. For me, for the United States, there are other local competitors like BJ's. I know. BJ's wholesale. I don't want to talk about it, but there are other types of membership related things. I'm talking about the abbreviation. It's a name, okay? When did Not Drama sub to you? Within the last 3 months, twice, 2 times. This is the second time. And then Drama like gave a gift sub to Xing Xing 2 weeks ago, I think. Does a Costco card cost money? It does. And if so, how much does it cost? The membership is $55 a year. There are 2 tiers, executive and basic. There's executive, there's gold star. Oh no, 130, sorry. Oh, there's drama, by the way. Yeah. So, there's gold star, which is entry, 65 a year. And then there's executive, which my father has, 130 a year. And then there's 2 business and the same price, but there's also business and executive business, but they're more or less similar. You have to qualify your business in a sense. So executive is the one where you it's, I think now a Visa company no, MasterCard. I think MasterCard handles the card now. So the membership itself also entitles you to a membership card, like a legitimate credit card, and they give you, like, for the executive thing, you get 2% back on like most things, I believe. And out of that, then you have access to Costco and whatnot. It's kind of a very hand-wavy, quick thing. Not sponsored, by the way. I don't think Costco has ever sponsored anything on the internet. That would be interesting if Costco ever sponsors anything. Oh, wait. No. I don't even think the cooking channels that I watch has a sponsorship from Costco. Yeah, other grocery stores do, though. There are other grocery stores that sponsor, like, cooking channels and whatnot. I watch a lot of cooking channels, sorry. Oh yeah, has that viewer who's making something given you the green light on allowing it to be public? Has that viewer who's making something... I don't know if you understand who I'm talking about, as I don't remember the specifics. There are two people, right? Oh, no, haven't. But you met the person. I haven't talked to them since, though. You might have been around, possibly. No, they haven't done anything. I wasn't, like, if I had to be real about it, I don't think I was gonna be able to communicate with that person on a regular basis. They stopped by like a month later and said like they're really busy and whatnot, and that sounds about right. But I don't think. Let me see if that person is. No, see, that person's not even in Discord anymore, so I don't, yeah, like whatever it is. By the way, Merry Christmas, drama, if you observe Christmas. Yeah, that person's not around anymore. Unless they change their name, which I doubt they changed their name. So, yeah. So, no. Like, I never know. I genuinely think that that person has attachment issues. So, they were working through attachment. Right? I think I talked to them at one night, 2 nights, maybe like 16 hours, something like that. We spent like pretty long time talking about it. I think genuinely, if I had to think about it, they have commitment issues, and we were trying to talk through some commitment. But they kept telling me that they appreciate my directness or candidness about specific things that they were struggling with. But I imagine there's a reason they're in that position, and it reflects in whatever their actions are. So they basically ghosted, right? That's your typical response when it comes to that. Yeah, so we'll never know. I told them that I'll look forward to it, and they explained to me that they were going to do those things, and I'm like, all right. Yeah, drama, speak of the devil, right? Yeah, drama's in Germany. It's in. Oh, by the way, drama is an early boy. Yeah, drama is the early morning man person. Are you talking about the one that wanted to compartmentalize at their job? It's kind of funny, but you just described everyone. This is one of those situations that you said, oh, are you talking about that person that has a life problem, that's why they know you? And I'm like, I'm not entirely sure if that's gonna narrow it down. Yes, this person, you might have been around. It is the person who tried to compartmentalize their job. Yes, and I think that's probably why they left. When I told, like, when they said something, it's probably along the lines of, they talked about how they're really busy. Oh yeah, you might have been here. It's the person who said that, oh, they're really busy because they have to train someone. But because of their experience, they already know this person that they're training is a lost cause. And then the dialogue flowed from there, right? And I was talking about, like, now we're they say things, they spend a lot of times they spend a lot of time saying like, oh, they are the only one that is competent enough to train someone during their stuff, etc. So they compartmentalize all of their things. They think that they're never the problem and so on. And I went through the ropes of how saying, well, you can phrase this differently. If this person is a lost cause, that means you're going to have to train another person again, right? But if you are able to want to train that person could make you not the only one. The problem with this is a cyclic argument. They hate that they're the only one, but in order to not be the only one, they have to be successful at training someone who they don't believe is a lost cause. So they're like in many different angles, they continue to reinforce exactly and enable themselves to do the exact same thing to give themselves leeway to not do better things. So it's kind of like, I have this problem, and the solution to the problem is to engage in that problem, which solves my problem. But instead, they compartmentalize it like, this is not my problem, it's their problem. And then their problem becomes my problem, but I'm going to keep it as their problem. And the short answer to that when I was being direct is that it's the same problem. They're related. You can't compartmentalize this stuff when they're literally related to each other. That's like pretending that you don't have to eat, but you still have to eat. So like, you don't have to make money to feed yourself, but you still have to feed yourself, so you have to make money. And the thing that the person was saying was, I was challenging the person, right? They said, they're the only ones qualified to do this. And I'm like, if that's true, then you could leverage that. So I was talking to them about leverage, right? And all the things that they constantly say that were true, I asked them, if that was true, then you should know other things. And when I pointed them out, they're like, oh, well, they make another excuse. And I'm like, if it were true, then you shouldn't be apprehensive about that. If you are the only one that is the most valuable employee at a particular time frame, then you can leverage that to communicate. And their excuse is, well, I don't want to be a problem with that. It's like, well, then you are a problem. Like, you're persistently enabling yourself to be a problem because you keep convincing yourself that you're irreplaceable and somehow you're exonerated from all the problems of your current work environment. You don't use any of the things you say you claim it's true. But that's probably the last time. That's probably what happened. Like, what I mean is, I probably never hear from that person again, because ultimately they wouldn't follow through, knowing that in most things. Like, they can keep telling me a sob story about how like they've been wronged and they did all that they can to get out of the situation, when the whole time they're spending complaining about things in which they don't do anything about it, despite saying things that allows them to do it. So it never happened. I was trying to encourage them to make it happen. Like, I literally asked them, are you going to start today? Because the person said, oh, I finally got the setup of my dreams and now I can finally start content creation again. I'm like, okay, so are you going to start tomorrow? And then they say like, well, technically I can. It's like, why don't you start tomorrow? Right? If you say you can finally start content creation, that means you start. If you're not ready to start, don't tell people you're not ready. Don't tell people you're ready to start. That is exactly how she's treating all of her relationships and her work environment and all those things. She say something exists, but they don't exist when someone says, oh, so that's true, then you can do this. Like, no, technically, no, I lied. But she doesn't say I lied. She just say, well, that's an interesting point. I'm like, well, then I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but you are your own problem at this point. That's kind of the dissonance that I was having, right? And then they come back around and say, oh, I really appreciate your candidness. And I'm like, I don't think you do. Like, you say one thing, you behave in another. You claim one thing, and you contradict yourself when challenged. Whenever someone does that most of the time and they're explaining to me how they're always the person who's the victim and the person who's always wrong, I'm not entirely convinced as a stranger that I'm the one that's being swindled here, right? And again, you mentioned the whole swindling thing, like if I always give people the benefit of the doubt, do I care about being swindled? No, I gave her my time. I already told her in advance that this is my gift, so we can talk however long you want and you can leave whenever you want, right? There's no obligation. If you really dislike what I have to say and I'm trying my best at it and you don't like it, you know, you can disappear. And that's what she did. So that's my life in a nutshell, really. Honestly, I do a lot of this in the background. In the US, you celebrate Christmas on the 25th, right? Yes, we do. When do you celebrate Christmas? When you ask that question, it makes me want to ask you, is that different? A drama, were you the one that mentioned Boxing Day? Someone mentioned Boxing Day before. For full disclosure, right? I shared basically all the things that she shared openly on stream. Other than that, good luck to her, I suppose. If she's still around, maybe I will be able to share with you some good news and things that she's doing with her life that people might be interested. But in the nature of that, it doesn't look like we'll ever find out. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever find out. Oh, you didn't mention Boxing Day? Okay. Oh, was it Pro Call? Someone mentioned Boxing Day to me. And it was because I was American. But I mentioned that Boxing Day also happens in the United States, but not, we don't Boxing Day. We, as in my family, doesn't Boxing Day. My family barely give gifts on Christmas. All right, well, let's get back to this thing. I still have quite a lot of time. We still got like 2 hours. By the way, tomorrow, Persona, a Phantom X update. It's happening on Christmas Day, by the way. So what am I gonna do on Christmas? Phantom X. and hear me out. It's actually kind of very new. On Christmas Day, as in like the patch is happening right now. The patch is maintenance. The game just went into maintenance the last hour. It is a simultaneous release. So the next patch is for all the servers, including the so this is new. It's new to the entire game. So that's kind of fun, right? So they're having asynchronous releases now as well. Basically, right now it's still kind of like 6 months to a year behind like the server things, but for this very specific one, they're releasing it simultaneously. For you, Christmas is over. Oh, you do it on the 24th. I see. Even though your family doesn't celebrate, do you still have a family gathering? Sometimes we do. I don't think this time though. We have family gatherings with friends, with family friends. Sometimes. I don't think this year. My father didn't randomly say, "Hey, we're gonna go out in 2 hours. You want to come?" Usually I won't know until the day, so I won't know until tomorrow. I used to gather with friends and family most of the time. Now I spend it doing this. The gifts. A gift. Okay. Now we're gonna go and try to complete this. I think the I think the other lessons came back up. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Okay, so I still got 43? 43. Okay. You can use a thread in your construction. I already know this is red or deep red or crimson, so I think red is fine. Add red. Coal. Oh, this is fine. This character carries sounds. Okay, let's see if I remember the other 4 in this group. Something about poop. On the ground. It's tied with another character. Okay. I remember that part. So what do you do on the 24th drama? For Christmas? What happens in a not drama household? This is like hanging something vertical, but it's not vertical. Like loitering, you get the correct. Oh no, that's not it. That's not that. The poop thing is dealing with like cleaning, getting rid of the poop on the ground. What is the horn thing for? I don't know. I don't remember. Where does the stone come in? I didn't finish Hanzahiro, no. Today is lesson day, so we have to, I have to do lessons. I was just chatting about Christmas related things. It kind of just pivoted away from, pivoted off of the Christmas thing. Gather, eat, and exchange gifts. I see. Enjoying the times. Solid. Oh, the magnet thing? Oh no, yeah, I took a skip on this because I don't know about the magnet thing. I thought this would be memorable, but it's not. Oh, WaniKani. We'll come back to it. I skipped over it because I wouldn't.
久しぶり
At least that's a freebie. Oop. That's a typo.
複数形
Kusuke. I don't know how to express multiple form. Oh yeah, form. Yeah, plural.
Monomane.
What's another way to say imitation? Like a imposter, like a, we'll just use imitation. Impersonation, right? Impersonation. Ever seen the kanji hisashiburi? Yeah, not really. There's quite many of them that you don't really see. Oops. Just go with deep red, crimson. Yeah, crimson red should be acceptable as well. Okay. To move. Oh, to move in that way. Oh, hey. Oh, you know what? Oh, that's such a coincidence. Is this what I think it is?
引っ越す
Hikos, yes. Interesting. Sorry, there was a YouTube short on this. Yep. Close, yep. Okay. Makes sense. Move homes.
引っ越す
Close. Makes sense. Shoot. Oh, we finally got shoot. Not the other shoot that we had. This is a different shoot. Shoot. You need to take a body measurement before you shoot, whether it's for a photo shoot. I got you. Shoot? No, shot. Shot and shot. I'll take it. I think I'm okay with shoot because of shot. And then am I okay with shot because of shot? Yes, I can. I think we're okay with this. To overtake. Oi? Oikos. Ne?
追い越す
Oikos. Oh, okay. I was thinking like oikos or oikos. Like close to this, but it could have been like oikosu. To overtake. Yep. Catch or like follow or kind of catch or chase and then go beyond that. Is it Christmas for me yet? 27 minutes. 27 minutos.
Oikosu.
Oikosu. Okay. Oh, we're good. Grandparents. We have
祖父母
sofubo. Just the combination of sobo and sofu. Making sure that fu comes first. Okay. Curtain. Oh, mu. Oh, give me mu. Oh, or I'll take fu. Maku? What? Oh, and they're using Mac. How many Macs do I have? Maku and Paku. Okay. Man, I was really hoping for like Mu. I think I can remember, right? We'll come back to this. We're kind of trying to save time a little bit here.
引っ越す
You can always come back.
追い越す祖父母
Pet owner, yeah. Ooh. Okay. I wonder which one they're gonna use. Shoe? Shoe seems okay. So like Kaishu.
飼い主
Kai Nushi. Oh right, we do have Nushi. That's right. That's a great use of Nushi. I was like, am I ever gonna use Nushi again? Kai Nushi works. We do have a kun read for that. Oh no. That looks a little bit cursed. Hold on. I need to double check with another. I need to double check with another character here. No. The double dry. Oh, what am I thinking of? Hold up. I don't know what it is anymore. Oh no. I don't know what I'm looking for. I do have a problematic Hanzi. And it's not here. Huh. All right. Well, finger and double drying. All right. This is what you do when you are in worship. Once you go into your place of worship and again before you leave, you have a really sweaty fingers and you can't worship anyone or anything if you have wet hands, so you dry them. Ugh. Yikes. That does look like a high though. No, what is it? I think what I'm actually thinking of is probably this one. Actually, maybe that's what I look for. You know? This is what I do now for fun. We cross-reference fun little things. No. Dang it. Not that either. Oh, wait. It's a plow. Oh, no, it's not. I was thinking of how or consume. Wow, this is new. This is new. Not a Hanzi. It's not every day. Double dry your fingers and write a haiku about it. Sure. Let's go with it. We'll do it another time. Comes a problem. To hurt someone. You attach a wound. I'm curious if this overlaps with
傷つける
no. Oh wait, yes. It does. Yeah, kizu. Okay. So you just take the kizu, the kunyomi. Kizutsukeru. I'm okay with that. Disposal. Not quite the disposal I was thinking of. But it's probably like sky nozote?
使い捨て
Ste. Oh right, ste. Yes. Skyste. Skyste. So you use and throw away. Interesting.
使い捨て
Skyste. Okay, fair enough. Recommend. Whoa, hold up. What is this monstrosity? You like hacked off a bird and blended with a deer, but it's a helicopter and... Eee. Recommend. That's no susu... that's no... I don't know if I've ever... Is this the other version? Hold up. Yep, that is the other Susumeru. Okay. I'm like, is this also Susumeru? Let's see if it highlights that. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder there's a... Okay. Although Susumeru and Susumeru are similar, there are subtle differences between the two, right? Susumeru is often used to suggest that someone perform a specific action, right? Often as friendly advice or encouragement. It can be used when offering something such as a drink. On the other hand, Susumeru is used to recommend a person or thing as suitable for a particular situation. I see. Interesting. And they're both sen. Right? Hold up. Oh man, see, this is why I don't like how WaniKani... it's fine, we'll just come back. I don't like how they lay out their things. Flowers put on a canopy above your helicopter to keep the birds away. So you ask people what they recommend. What do they do? Get a centaur? You ask for a recommendation from a centaur that owns the local farm. Of course you did. You look like a sen. Is there anything part of this character that actually makes me want to think it's a sen? Not really. It's elaborate enough. I'll go with it.
Kizutsukeru. Kainushi.
Kainushi. It's gone. Who required that I need to be drawing out my fingers? I don't remember. I don't know. Oh, gosh. Dude. Okay. Finger. 2x dry. Worship. I, right? MAKU. No reference from Hanzu. Okay. Worshipping the nuances of calligraphy. Man. Do the later lessons of your lessons day stick less than the earlier ones? No. They're about the same. Oops. Negligible. They're negligible. Whoops.
使い捨て
Nice to... I missed a... Did I miss a... Oh, I missed a syllable. The throwaway. Nage? Nageshiteru. Ne?
投げ捨てる
Nageshiteru. Infer. Just double check. Infer. Interesting, as opposed to push. Tway can be like... it can be a lot of things, huh? Tway. I don't think I have a proper association for that yet. Sui, yeah, sui would be the closest. So, tway, tray, shui becomes sui. Another infer? Yeah, it's kind of funny because this is like the... It's a weird one. It's not... Yeah, it's more like pushing. Pretty sure this is Tway, right? Tway. Yeah. Which does link up with... Oh, there's to recommend. I don't have it yet, actually. Recommend's coming up. Jian, Tway Jian. Which is combining the last character, Sen, with this. So it would be like Sui Sen. Sui Sen to recommend Tway Jian. I wonder if all the other things are here. Okay. Estimate. Interesting. So it is kind of more like inference than it is pushing. I have so many more uses in Chinese at the moment than these. It can be interpreted as push though. Like when you're pushing towards something. Basically like you're promoting or hinting, so you're pushing something. So if you're pushing a recommendation, that's still a recommendation. And then you're pushing some logic, you're pushing reasoning, right? Because logic is reasoning. And then if you're pushing what you've determined, you're estimating basically what you already did. Oshimasu. Both is oshimasu. Oh, they're both oshimasu. Oh, nice. That's a great way to remember it. I can't wait to cover that. I think this is what I do most of the time now. I think this is the most fun part. Like, this is where you what you just did and how I'm like reasoning, like doing this, I'm not surprised. And when it happens, it makes things easier to remember. Like I'm not surprised Oshimasu is for this too. Like I can't tell you how much I owe to learning Chinese and Japanese at the same time. Obviously I think I was able to take advantage of this. Not that it's for everyone, but for myself, this is how I don't forget things, or like try makes it harder for me to forget things. Because at some point, we'll have to come across the idea that this is also meaning push. And I know this as Tui, which is push, but it also means recommend. So all this stuff is already there. Now we just got reinforcement. Okay. What is and then sui is the counterpart to Tui, sui, chui. All of these are lumped into sui. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So to answer more clearly, like with more details, when you said do my later lessons of my lesson day stick less than the earlier ones, since most of my lessons are dealing with forming connections, it's very difficult to know if timing affects it, or more so it's overshadowed by how relatable these things are. Because it's astronomical. Like what I mean is the odds of me remembering this is like substantial compared to like a novel character. So it may also even feel like, and novel, whoops, I don't know how to spell novel. That's not how you spell, that's whatever, you know what I mean. Novel character. And the odds of it being a novel character is like 20% and dropping, because Hanzi is like way ahead. It's so far ahead that sometimes it's rare that there wouldn't be a association. So the timing has become very negligible to my memory. Usually it's whatever I decide to look at. So now I find reasons to look at the radicals. When I do my lessons, I find reason to look at the radicals, look at the meaning, look at the reading, and even look at the examples. As opposed to the other way around, which is what most people do, in my opinion, which is this is new, this is new, this is new, this is new. And then what they do is, how much time do they have? Okay, I only have time to concern myself with reading. For me, I'm asking myself, do I know the radicals? Can I infer the meaning? Can I guess on the reading? And then do the examples help me figure out how any of these things happen? And then I look at it. So before I do anything with the lessons, I either already know it and extract some of the information and then look at the information. So I rarely ever like read it passively. I don't read these things passively most of the time anymore. And that's leveraging all the things you already know. So that's kind of like watching a YouTube video for the sake of being informed versus watching a YouTube video because you have a problem to solve. I usually watch YouTube videos to see what I can find that's useful in the video. I'm not watching a YouTube video because I want someone to guide me through all the principles of everything that I'm inept at doing. And that's kind of the vast majority of my approach to most things. Like I play a video game knowing that there are very few video games in the world now that would be novel. As in like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no experiences or no stories to connect this with. Like it in my opinion, it should become rarer and rarer as you grow older. And then you have to find, in my opinion, you have to find ways to make it entertaining and make it novel and exciting again and all that stuff. So I use all my experiences. And I really like that you're really fast on the on the overlap. I'll remember this. I'll probably remember this pretty well. Hopefully. To put in, komeru, right? Ko only has one read.
込める
Komeru. Into male to put in. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we can use male here. Meru is what I use for male. So if you're gonna into male something, you're gonna put in something. It's good enough. Oh, hey, speaking of something that looks like osu, we have say or humbly. Say humbly. Komu. Oshi? No, that's not oshi. What am I doing? It's oh no. Actually, it's moshi. Moshi. Where are we giving mol from? Oh, because mol is a special exception too. It's an onyomi that functions. Oh no, it's kunyomi. Oh, shin. It has more mols than shin, right? Yeah. You just guessed the reading. Nice. Mosu is where I was getting it. We have more moles than shin, right? Apply, interesting. Definitely have more than one apply. This should be the fun part. Like when you get lessons and you're like trying to guess the reading and stuff, I think that's what makes it very engaging. So now, you know, like now we do this and then moshi komu, and it's up to apply. So now we have to say like you're saying something humbly so that you can be accepted, right? You're accepting, so you're going into somewhere. This should be the combination of submitting an application, yeah, or to propose. Isn't just about applying though, it's about officially communicating desires whether you want to propose or
申し込む
moshikomu. And humbly, whenever you do something humbly, it comes off as a formal like a formal thing. So proposals, applications, registration, most of those stuffs are formal.
申し込む
And you want to say it humbly. Forgot if there's anything. No. I would read context sentences,
申し込む
but we're gonna be doing something else instead of reading those context sentences. We'll get back around that. It's a 2026 thing. Brandish, hui. I wonder if hui ends up being sui as well. No, this is gun. It's probably gun or hun. Hun or gun. Probably because of this character here. Key! How dare you! Alright. I mean, you don't always get it, but Japanese natural language, sometimes it doesn't go your way. So we got key. Alright. Matt vs Japan passed N1 recently, was ranting about how easy it was and that everyone not passing N1 is really bad at Japanese. Yikes. Did he really say that to the people? Okay. I'm not sure if you're saying that ironically or not, because like okay. Like, no, he literally said that. Hey guys, drama. Hey, public speaking is very easy, and I can pass an oral exam on public speaking. And people who don't know how to public speak and publicly exam are really bad because I can pass it, even though I spend like 90% of my time doing it. Like I mean, like, I guess no offense, like, or with all due respect, when you spend most of your time doing something and then you use yourself as a basis, a metric to evaluate other people, that's like saying, oh yeah, being the fastest man in the world is easy, when you spend most of your time running or sprinting. Like, yeah, wow, that's so out of touch, and it's incredibly insensitive. That's very unfortunate. I talked about this effect before, where when you have a specialist, oftentimes at some point it might not seem harmful, like from the person's perspective, but they become less and less attached to the emotional distance. They have emotional distance from when they were learning, right? That's the difference between someone who's a teacher. Yeah, like the further distance you are, it tells you precisely how much time they spent teaching. Like, I laughed when you said that because the first thing I thought about is it's very hard for anyone who hasn't passed the N1 who isn't specialized in Japanese. Literally, there are more people than that around the world than what he just said. Like, literally. There is astronomically improbable statistics that anyone can ever muster that there are more people who think that N1 is difficult because they don't specialize in Japanese than even like Japan is a really small country. And I don't mean that in a bad or a good way. There are very few people. So for him to be able to say that is like really demonstrating how distant he is from being in touch with even his audience, honestly. Like, very tiny audience. If you include the entire population of Japan, you would still not represent the vast majority of people in the world. Right? Really disappointing. Not bad or good. Usually when I say I'm disappointed is like, dang it, I really thought that maybe I was wrong about like a particular specialist, right? And sometimes humans can surprise you. Like I had to apologize a lot of times when I talk about public speaking, especially when someone says like they have social anxiety with public speaking, but they don't have problems speaking to me on voice chat in Discord. And I would say something, occasionally I would sound a little bit insensitive and say something like, well, you're speaking to me now, right? And then they would say something like, but it's different when we're on Discord than being in IRL. And then, you know, I start to break down some of the stuff that they could focus on that differentiates between the real life and the Discord thing. And I could go, sometimes I could unintentionally go too rapidly. And then I notice myself, it's like, all right, let's take a pause. I want to make sure that I'm telling you that this isn't easy. You haven't done this before yet. And I'm really, when I'm saying this, I'm also reminding myself that if you stay in doing something for a very long time, it can seem like you're talking more rapidly and trivializing certain things when it clearly isn't, right? Like, I walk into a room and I see opportunity. The vast majority of people that I've talked to in my life recently, you know, in these 7 years, is they walk into a room and they find ample excuses to leave. And that's kind of like one of the things that what I mean by, if you have a skill and you can demonstrate that skill, that doesn't mean you have the necessary empathy or the compassion to understand how to help people and address people with developing that skill in the first place anymore, right? Like, and oftentimes I think the most startling indicator of how far someone is, that like they're really skilled, like how skilled they are. You could see as a positive thing how skilled they are and how unreachable, quote unquote, emotionally unreachable they are, is by how often they do all or none statements, like suck it up, throw you to the shark, sink or swim methods. So the more extreme it becomes, in my opinion, it correlates very well to how specialized they have become. So if my method is like, hey, how do you get better? If someone comes up to me and say, how do you get better at communication? Oh, go to a public space and talk to strangers. That is, I mean, it's true, but that is like, yikes. Like you're telling them to do the problem that they have initially in order to get to where you are. That's like, you're out of touch. And sometimes I do that a lot. Like what I mean is, I don't do it in extreme case, but I do it like microly sometimes too, because over time I have forgotten that, like, how to ask questions. Oh man, I do get humbled a lot when someone, or I get a sobering slap in the face when someone says, oh, I have this problem, I don't know what to do. These people seem like they don't have problems, and my first response would be, have you tried asking them? And they're like, but, and then, you know, my startling contrast would be, well, you won't know until you ask them. Like, but I have these problems, and that's kind of that situation too, where sometimes I'm like, oh wait, we have to also step back and wonder if asking the question is the problem. So like, even when you say like N1 is easy or you're really bad at Japanese, but you might not know the problems about passing N1 that are unrelated to the problems you think people have or don't have, because you didn't encounter them anymore, or you either didn't encounter it at all. Sometimes you might have never had that problem because you're not a teacher nor a coach nor someone who cares about other people who's learning. So you didn't collect a bunch of experiences from other people that make you a better advisor. Like, I will never encounter having a problem with public speech in a specific way. Like, for example, growing up in a family household that rarely ever project their voices, or growing up in a culture that completely embodies individualism, so they always talk back to their parents, or always talk back. Like, I can't do that. Like, there's no way I can't even go back and do that. And those things come from other people, and that's why I kind of like the telltale signs of empathy, or like the telltale signs of being involved in a teaching position. And we already talked about Dogen, so it's interesting that you watched something like that. It's still difficult for me to say he literally, like, to imagine he literally said that. It's, with the lack of a better word, it sounds incredibly unprofessional. And I can say, in my opinion, I can say this because he officially represents himself as a professional. I'm making an unprofessional and unofficial commentary on it because I'm not really selling these things. I mean, I still take some, how I say, some prideful integrity in the things I say and try to be discreetly respectful, nevertheless, regardless if I'm a professional or not. However, my comments are not... He deleted the video? Oh. And uploaded a statement video? Did you just set me up for that drama? Was this a recent video? Did you set me up for this, or you kind of just like dealt me a blow here? You just stole the thunder. You just rug pulled me here just now. That seems reasonable. If he literally said that, then I would say that's very unprofessional. It's like the optics on that would be so terrifying. I wonder if he has an editor or PR manager or something, because man, like a independent third person PR manager or public relations is honestly, that is incredibly unprofessional. You wanted to get the exact thing he said. Oh. Okay. I see. Oh, and then it got... Oh, I see. What you call it? Procon and I was talking about... Slightly talking about Jordan Peterson's situation. Even, like... We have to keep in mind, the only thing you found is why I deleted the JLPT video. Oh, it's tough. Like I want to be very careful with my words. I don't want to demonize anyone. I think sometimes when you become very specialized and you're very skilled, a part of the human condition is that you also become less and less aware, like of what you're saying. Like what I mean is sometimes these things unintentionally happen, but it's also part of being human, right? And we were talking about Jordan Peterson earlier with Prokop, and he is incredibly, in the in the manageable environment. He was very well educated, incredibly well spoken and stuff. Being out of touch doesn't make most people are not exceptional from that. Humans are not exceptional from being in touch with everything. So that creates internet strife, right? Or it creates misinterpretation and all that stuff. So keeping up that imagery or like that consistency with professionalism requires that you spend some time consistently with that. However, if you're like at the pinnacle of whatever skill you have, that's usually why people who specialize have PR managers and optics and editors and whatnot, because while they're spending their time doing all those good things, like scientists, for example, there might not be enough time to form a filter or like a professional way of making sure that we're, ambivalent statements are being made. And I get that some people love that, like individuals love like, oh, this person's just being candid, they're being straightforward, they're giving it as it is. That's understandable, right? If you were not doing it professionally, if you were not saying you're trying to be professional about it, like politics and whatnot, right? And even then, like, it's kind of really difficult to even see consistent politics being with that copious amount of proper mannerisms and whatnot. And those people do it for, a living, versus someone who just happens to be incredibly talented and also really excellent at what they do. Like, in no way am I trying to take away the credibility of someone's skills. Someone's skills is actually acknowledging that they are very skillful, is at the same time also explaining why I think they may require someone else who spends time doing something else. Optics and PR. When you are a big person who specializes in stuff and you only work on that, then your skills are going to be great. They might even be unattainable. You don't like using the term talented? Yeah, I really don't either. However, it's a professional term that's used, takes away the hard work behind something. Well, I can kind of see that. But usually when I'm referring to talented, we're talking about the combination. Did I already talk about this? The hard work and smart work? The idea of hard work and smart work. Hard work is a combination of talent and like will. Smart work is when these two things are together. So a lot of times when people say like saying talented takes away from the hard work, there is talented hard work, and then there is the hard work that you're referring to, which is the will hard work. And usually these are both part of the equation. So in a way, if I'm trying to be fair about talent, saying not talent is doing the same thing as not hard work. So sometimes I use that. Someone grinding piano lessons for years, then people say, wow, you're talented, like you didn't do anything to achieve that level of competence. But he didn't do that. That person didn't do that. A crowd did. And saying that doesn't mean he wasn't talented. So this is both. You flip the script, but you're behaving, in my opinion, you're making an argument that is the same argument against the argument you're making. It's a cyclic argument. Like, he could be talented and hardworking. Because they're part of hard work. And then when they're combined and married, it's smart work. So like, I agree with you. Someone grinding piano lessons for years and people say, wow, you're talented, they didn't do anything to achieve that level of competence. But saying that talented is not being involved in that hard work is also doing the same thing. Now you're only looking at the hard work and not the talent. So it's both, right? Like I would say reasonably it's probably a mix of both. Hardworking to me is also a talent. Like, I'm a bit biased. Here's my bias. You can criticize me for my bias. Since I think there is a talent in hard work. Because that's what I do. Like, in my opinion, talent often... And here's where why I don't like talent. But you're kind of seeing it from the perspective of the public eye. That's perfectly fine. Yes, I'm about to explain that. So, before you go further... I was about to set up my answer to exactly what you just said, or you're going to say. Now, the reason why I think hard work is a talent is because most people think talent is something unattainable by them, which makes it superficial whether they worked hard for it. So like, oh man, you're really talented. I could be just as good as that if I had talent, right? Like, it's a shame that if I did all the hard work like this person, I wouldn't be as good as that because they're talented. Like, well, no, they're probably talented and hardworking. And I don't think anyone has ever... There's another word that is used too. I'll put you in the public, put myself in the public shoes. Talent, and I already said the word, by the way, smart. Or maybe even intelligent. And before all of these things, before the age of the internet, they were also the word special. Oh, we might want to throw in gifted. Right? So I totally agree with you. It trivializes one and the other. And it places the focus on what is the major driver, right? The internet does this thing where you generalize what the major driver is for all this. So, like, if someone looked at me and they said, oh yeah, you don't have money problems. That's why you don't care about money. That's like taking a fact that you know after the fact. Right? Post facto, right? Post facto. And then removing the process. You remove the process, and that's how you make generalizations. This is the internet hustle culture. There's often never a demonstration, a literal, visceral, visible, tangible demonstration of the process. So it's rarely ever like things that are across time is unappreciated online. So when someone like, I got one for you, drama. I tell myself this so often. Someone like comes online and they play a piece, right? They play a 5-minute like piece. Let's just say like a piano piece. And the person is like, oh yeah, you know what? It's so crazy. It's so crazy that this person can do this. I mean, I should be able to do this, right? Too, right? Like, I should be able to do this. It's only 15 minutes. Like, I can do that in 15 minutes. And the joke is, this 15 minutes, what do you think that represents? Like, to the person you're watching, it might be 30 years of experience. Right? And that's where I'm trying to like assemble your discontent with the idea of talent and not understanding hard work, right? That is crazy. You know, like I like this part. The whole idea of the internet expert. This is an example of a lack of process-oriented appreciation. When you read someone's work that took 10 years and you reduced it to a single sentence, and then you write about it and make a commentary about it like you understand it. You criticize the 10 years worth of work like, oh yeah, well, you know, technically if it were me, I would do this according to this research, and then like, oh yeah, it would be this according to this research. And the way people talk about it, you'll understand the difference between an internet expert and an expert that actually did the process. Right? Hustle. This is the hustle. Have you met a hustler yet? Have you met a grifter yet? Because there are plenty of them, and I'm not saying they're bad or good people. This is more of a commentary on how normal it is at the moment, and I totally understand about trying to see it from the perspective of the public eye, because the public eye, I don't think it's considered I don't think it's considered cognitive dissonance to them. I consider it cognitive dissonance. Well, when was the last time you want to watch someone do Japanese and Chinese reviews day in and day out and be like, I can do that for the next 365 days, 2 hours a day, every single day for 365 days? No. You want to watch a video that's 5 minutes that explains what I learned in those 365 days. Right? Like that's what you're really looking for YouTube for. You're looking for someone to summarize the 5,000 hours that they spent last year on Duolingo to confirm your bias that Duolingo doesn't work when you spent 15 minutes trying it. Oh, that one was a personal anecdote. I'm sorry. Like, there was a guy I remember when I first started Duolingo. It was day 7, and the guy tried to explain to me something that I have yet to learn. Like, the guy was like incredibly pompous, and they were like, I don't know, N3 or something like that. They told me like they're really competent and they're way ahead of me, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, this is this and this. Like, okay, thanks, I'll learn it eventually. Like, I'll learn it eventually, and don't worry about it. And it's like, dude, what is with that attitude? Why are you brushing off information that, again, dude, you only spent like 7 days learning Japanese? And since you're learning it on Duolingo doesn't explain those things. I mean, by the time you ever get to my position, you'll probably never get to my position because you're using Duolingo. The person has yet to come back. Like, honestly, I'm kind of curious what this person's thought is now that I'm still doing these things. Almost 2 years now. And now I don't have 5,000 hours. I have 10,000 hours. There was no point in my mind that I thought, oh man, I have motivation issues. Oh, I don't know how to form a consistent study schedule. Like, oh man, I've never learned something for so long in my life. Try dedicating over 20 years of your life to science. Right? So whenever someone, my personal favorite, here's my anecdote for the perspective of hard work. When someone saw me using Duolingo, or saw me using WaniKani, their first thought is, this guy doesn't know how to learn. When I'm using Duolingo and I'm using WaniKani, what does that represent? Does it represent 1 year of learning Japanese? Or does it represent over 20 years of education? And I'm trying to be humble here because honestly, I don't think 20 years is enough. I'm going to spend the rest of my life in education because that's how deep I think it is. In fact, most people, when they think about 20 years, the higher the years go, the less, in my opinion, they think they know. Because the trench gets deeper. Like, your horizons expand as you gain more experience. So, no, I'm not going to be that expert who says, well, technically you're wrong. No, I'm going to probably agree with you. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of things I need to learn. So whenever someone criticizes me about Duolingo and WaniKani, I'm like, tell me about what you're doing. Tell me about Boonpro. Explain how Boonpro is working for you, please, in detail. So then I can learn more. Like, the idea is that I'm not here to argue whether you think I'm competent or not. I'm here to steal all of your experience. Not really steal, but milk your experience. And the unfortunate part about this is the vast majority of people, they are inexperienced already. Like, what I mean is, they would explain to me like, oh, Boonpro does this like flashcard thing that helps you space out. I'm like, do you have more? Like, I need more. Like, if you're gonna waste your time telling me that I'm stupid and like I don't know how to work, right? I'm not working and I'm not doing it right. You gotta explain to me why. Like, explain to me like you think you have the experience to explain it to me. Because otherwise, I mean, technically you're wasting both people's times if you want. The alternative is I talk to this person long enough that we can share experiences. And then we both win. Because then we learn something about each other. And that is never a waste of time. I don't think people are a waste of time when we have shared interest. Yeah, and that guy, actually, that wasn't the first story. Like, that guy started when I was around 1 week. Because they saw the number. By the way, it's a social experiment. I don't know if you noticed, guys. I hope you guys noticed by now. I place a number at the top left-hand corner of, like, right here. On every video, there's a reason I placed that number up there. Most of the stuff that I've done is a social experiment. Many social experiments that I spent, like, over 7 years elongating. So that number actually is a social experiment. Most of the numbers you see around the titles and stuff is a social experiment. When 1 week rolled around, like when we got to 3 months, that person came by again. And they decided to make a comment like, you see what I mean? You're still doing the same thing. And I'm like, oh, am I? Like, do you know what I'm doing? Can you explain how I'm doing the same thing? And that person's comment revolved around the idea like, well, you're still on Duolingo. Like, well, that's very astute of you. Do you still eat food? Do you still walk? Do you still need to remember things? Has that number affected viewer count? Has that number affected viewer count? No, it hasn't. People don't want to see large. Oh, it does to some extent. So, viewer count does go up when the number goes up. So this corner, if the number is like between 1 and 30-ish, maybe 100, it's pretty reasonable. Then it dips. And then past a certain number, it goes back up. And that number tends to be around 365 or 500. But I rarely get this high. So oftentimes it's somewhere here. In the beginning, the number is like it's usually more common. The reason this correlates with is the idea that people have an opinion. And they have an opinion that they're more competent. I'm not saying that they truly are more competent than me or that they're not more competent than me. The perception is when there's someone starting something, there's more to say. Yeah, more opinions to say. So whenever I start a new project, that's where I expect people to think that I'm stupid. And I'm being very generous here because most of the time the opinions are like, you're doing it wrong. And if you're someone who's saying you're learning something, like specifically, if you're trying to say you're learning something, if your viewer count, and I can't speak for this with raw data, if you are someone who is considered unpopular, so you don't have a following, there's no one defending you, you're more likely to get this. You're doing it wrong, you're stupid, you don't know what you're doing, here's the pro tip, bro. Right? Then it completely dips away because it would be like, oh, well, this person's been doing a lot, like doing that thing for a while now, it's disinteresting and whatnot. When you start approaching like an anniversary or like a larger threshold that exceeds someone else's threshold, that's when you get into the territory that drama is talking about, where the person sees it as a grind anomaly, or they have some sort of special talented quality that draws the person in to ask why. So after my projects get past a certain point, people will come by and say, hey, can you explain to me how to be consistent? Can you explain to me like what makes you want to do this for so long? So then you have another desirable quality. You have the desirable quality that gives you something that you can hustle people with. And to me, that's how it relates back to the first observation that drama did. If you're a hustler, you can make money off of this. You can even build credibility off of this. If you're asking me, did I do that? No. I start a new project and I go back to day one. I start over. And what happens? More people challenge me that I'm stupid and I'm doing wrong. Well, technically they are right about certain things. They are right that I'm inexperienced. Because when I start back over to one day, when I start a new thing, I am technically inexperienced. I'm not bad at learning. That's the difference. I'm not bad at learning the thing very quickly. I'm getting better at it. But the thing they're talking about is how informed I am, how competent I am. So do I start over technically? No, it's not. The social experiment is I'm curious if people can tell the difference between someone who's a skilled learner versus someone who is not a skilled learner. Can they understand the process difference between someone who's experienced versus someone who isn't? Like, I don't talk about what Duolingo can't do for me and then settle with that. Like, I don't sit there and complain that Duolingo can't do X, Y, and Z. I go do it and still continue to use Duolingo. That is what experience looks like, in my opinion, personally. That's a problem solver. Someone who has done this a lot and they are not concerned whether they're doing it wrong or right. They make it work. And I've yet to see too many people. And for the record, you guys aren't part of it. Like, what I mean is the ones that who sit or like who have been around, they tend to have work experience, education experience, adversity, problem solving. They're in a position that provides advisory role, or they're surrounded by people who have advisory roles and professional occupations. So in some way, shape, or form, the individuals that do not do this immediately are those who are very noticeably, they speak and present ideas and pass on ideas and analyze ideas in a very critical way. And it's like night and day. It's very, like, what drama said about the ranting thing, right, with Matt vs. Japan, that to me is saying that that person is really experienced in something and very incredibly inexperienced somewhere else. And that's the same thing here. Like, I have no problems when I start something new and someone says, "Oh, you don't understand yet. You're inexperienced. You don't have this knowledge." And I agree. It doesn't hurt my feelings. Now the question is, will they ever ask me why and what I'm going to do about it? That's the whole point. Like, so my whole point is, I'm curious. My challenge for myself, this is my personal challenge, is am I going to be able to do that? Can I do that somehow? That wouldn't like make me miserable or, you know, upset or whatnot. I don't know yet. It's a TBA. it's a in process kind of thing. Can I demonstrate somehow that you cannot see things? You can't see the process in a 5-minute video. You can't see how rewarding it is, while it is also very hard, because it's something that most people don't do anymore, right? It's hard. Things are hard because you haven't done it very often. Like, remember, I don't know if you remember this one pro call. Remember when we talked about target size and how like this, which one's harder to hit? And the objectivity would say this is definitely easier to hit. Right? Larger target, more places to hit. The subjective perspective is the easiest target is the one that you've been aiming at. And the way to use this is the game OS. A statistical number of people find that the target that they're conditioned in practicing on hitting is the easier one. So whenever someone comes up and tells me, oh man, Japanese is probably the hardest language you'll ever learn, it's like, well, you're probably correct if you're assuming that the relative person that you're talking to is an English speaker. And it's a monolingual English speaker. Now, my question to you is, do you think I'm a monolingual English speaker? Like, hear me out. Sometimes something that's in front of them, you know, like my face, they already presume something that's almost astronomically asinine compared to just looking at what I look like, right? Like, you might be thinking, oh, it's pretty obvious that you're an English speaker. Okay, tell me how you know I'm obviously a monolingual English speaker. Because I can tell you now, that was the first accusation I had every single time I pulled up Duolingo. Like a stranger comes by, it's like, oh, hey, you know, Japanese is going to be very hard for you because you're an English speaker. I'm like, okay, I agree with you. I'm an English speaker. How can you tell I'm an English speaker? Like, well, you speak English. It's like, okay. What else can you tell about what you know? Are you integrating more information? Because if I asked you that question, doesn't that prompt you to doesn't that prompt your critical thinking skills? Like, wait, why would this person ask me how I can tell if that person's an English speaker? Right? Because you didn't see me speak any other language at the moment. And then I can tell you now, when someone is experienced, the first thing they ask me is, what other language do you speak? Like even a little experience, the person would ask, oh, what other languages do you speak? Or are you interested in any other languages? And that, to me, is how you illustrate this problem. If you're a specialist, right? If you're a specialist, you can still do the hardest things. Despite someone who's not a specialist at this could seem like it's really hard. And this could seem like it's easy. And that specialist could think this is hard. Which is like the idea of teaching. When someone who never teaches, but they're really good at their skill, that doesn't make them a good teacher. Like, it might actually make them, arguably, it might even make them a worse teacher. So, subjectivity, man. Human subjectivity is both the boon of living as a human being and also very characteristically funny to me. Funny when you can recognize and realize that's kind of why humans are so quirky. How can someone be so intelligent about something and so, in a very funny way, endearing way, be so stupid at something else, right? The whole comment about you can't fix stupid, it takes a stupid person about a stupid topic to say you can't fix stupid. And that's what the irony here is. Like, it's really cyclic. Like, what you think is stupid might be difficult for someone, and the whole idea of saying you can't fix stupid is referring to people who can't do things that you can do or you think is easy. And then when the role is reversed, they could say the same thing. They can't fix stupid. And humans are great. Like, I think it's really funny in the sense that if you and I understand our human conditions, it's great to think that, oh, I'm stupid in something, so I can get smart in it. At least in my opinion. So like, if someone tells me I'm acting stupid, I want them to explain to me, and then I'm gonna go and be less stupid about it. Because if I'm stupid now, it takes me a very little time to get smarter. If I'm very smart and talented, that's not really telling me anything. That's telling me like exactly what Drama was referring to. When someone tells me I'm very smart, I'm intelligent, I'm well put together, my first thought is I work hard. And I work smart. Because I work hard in a manner that combines all of my talents, my skill set, along with adding all the time and investment I have together. So that's how I interpret it. And I usually ask them, what makes you think I'm smart? Or what makes you think I'm intelligent? And I already had this conversation with Mika, right? Publicly, and I think Drama was here for that. Mika was convinced that she has short-term memory problems. And I was not even beating around the bush or being conservative about this. I would have argued the way she's remembering things, the way she's trying to remember things, would make it that she's far more well practiced in short-term memory routines than I am. And I scored like 20 percentile lower than her in short-term memory, like in sequence remembering, because the test that it was done was requiring that I rely on a strategy I rarely ever use anymore. And even when I try to apply it, it takes me a while to like apply a strategy that I'm not like going to use too often. So what seems easy to her sounds incredibly exhausting to me. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I can't do anything that's hard, like I can't do anything that requires a lot of effort, and my first thought is, there are so many things that you do that require so much effort that I don't do, and look at how different we are. Like, if you're coveting the things that I am, it requires that you understand what you're currently doing and the nature of the things you're currently doing, so that you can try to use it in a way that benefits you. Yesterday, she disclosed about her like decision to be officially diagnosed or labeled as autistic, right? And my first thought is, well, if you are autistic, then you are autistic. If you can get more clarity on those things, then you can succeed. Being something doesn't make things easier. It requires hard work and smart work. Like, you're not expecting things to ease up because you suddenly became something by way of knowledge. Like, you have to actualize that. You have to go through the process in order to take advantage of this clarity, this newfound clarity. So, no, hard work cannot be supplanted and substituted by talent, for example, which is so obvious when you say it, but very seldomly believed on the internet. It is this facade and this glimmering like framework that refines someone's perspective, that you have to be talented to be able to do something, and then also reinforce the idea that it overshadows everything that happened in the process of achieving that status. It works both in a weaponizing way, because it can be weaponized. When you don't see it, it doesn't exist. Like, I understand that humans as young as, what was it? As young as 3 years old can perceive object permanence. I think there are adults that are as old as 20 plus years old until they grow even older that can appreciate temporal permanence. And temporal permanence is already hard enough for those who even work in statistics. Like, it is so difficult to imagine the rate of something, comparing the exponential and the multiplicative changes of the rate across time, let alone kind of, unfairly expecting that those who focus on what they see as facts versus what they can understand as facts. So when someone, looks at a professional and they spend like 4 minutes crushing the world record on a 100-meter sprint, their first thought is, wow, it only took 4 minutes to do that. Maybe if I just practice those same 4 minutes, I can be as good as this person in a short amount of time. I just have to study this person and then I would just do it and I can get there faster. Without the bounds of the process or anything. That's kind of like the Gen Z stereotype right now, right? The internet Gen Z stereotype. It's like, oh yeah, this person makes it look so easy. And those people are kind of responsible too, because they can hustle you. They can griff you. And I don't want to be too absolute about this. The vast majority of grifters are also products of hustling. So the grifters are not the ones that you see who are spending hundreds of hours trying to promote a product that might be too sluggish and not attractive enough. The grifters that you often see that are trying to do it very quick and doing general summaries and generosity, they are grifter versions of the cheapened, talented narrative, in my opinion. Right? And they make it work. They're incentivized to do so because they can make a good business out of it. So, in fact, I would applaud them for their business strategies than the skill that they're actually selling. They probably invested far more time in learning how to grift someone than selling the strategy that they're actually selling. And that has its own merits. I don't want to sell people short, lack of a better word. I don't want to sell people short, but when you incentivize an action, you can still get great at that. I understand the basic principles and things that you can use to manipulate other people, but I haven't done it. So in theory, I have no skills in ripping people off or scamming people. And in order to be good at countering scamming, I would need to have done it. What I mean is done the idea and participate in understanding and gaining experience with scamming. So all the stuff that I'm saying that I don't have experience with, that's a limit. That's my limit. I can't tell you how to catch a scammer. I can't tell you how to catch a grifter. I can conceptually explain to you what I understand about those things, but I don't do it professionally. So that's a way to keep myself intact. I don't do it, but I can still share information. However, you have to take it with a grain of salt because it's not my job. I don't do these things. So much like this, when someone says, I'll never become fluent in Japanese, my thought is, you're probably right. You're probably... I would tell you without a sense of doubt that I would never become fluent the way you think. It doesn't matter how good I'll ever be or how bad I'll ever be. I'll never become fluent because I don't meet this person's aspect of results without appreciating the process. Right? If someone says I'm never gonna become fluent because I use Duolingo, then I will never be fluent because I've already used Duolingo. That's how inconspicuous and useless the process has become. At least in my opinion, for now. Maybe in the future it'll be different. I have no idea. But for now, Yeah, all the hard work in between, that's snowflakes. That's like a smoke screen. I was trying to think maybe like you could program a machine learning thing to fake like 3,000 hours of YouTube videos, but then make it like hyper stimulating so everyone would that sounds like a dystopian to me. So for me, I'm doing this for myself. You don't have to be here every single day. The idea is I'm keeping myself honest. And if the presence of these videos are a way to kind of break the illusion that things just happen overnight, that's what I'm willing to do. I actually feel like I have a hot take. This is my hot take. One day, I think within the next 10 years of my life, all of this is going to make sense. Why I'm choosing to do it this way. There's gonna be why do I choose to number my videos in a certain way? Why I am very stubborn. I could be completely wrong, by the way, and I'm willing to accept that, because if I'm wrong, it means there's something that will happen that I can't possibly predict, and that will be glorious as well. This is a win-win situation, but I'm putting all my bets on the idea that the way I'm doing things now will become increasingly relevant within the next 10 years. The stuff that I'm working on now, my conversation here, how I'm framing talent, process, and whatnot, will become relevant in the next 10 years. Like, if not sooner. The appreciation for the idea that a lot of the things that are causing suffering, in my opinion, self-inflicted suffering, not like people hating each other suffering, maybe a little of that, but internalized suffering, ineptness, inability to problem solve, inability to appreciate hard work, or finding, and I mean by appreciating hard work in the sense that it's incredibly difficult to show people what it feels like when you did something for a long time. Like, or you did something and you tried really hard for a long time, not just doing the same thing, but trying really hard for a long time and trying to convince them that it is possible for someone to be happier and happier as they keep trying harder and harder to scale up their abilities. Not just instantly click and say, I wish all my problems go away right now. If you click a magic button, right? If I gave you a magic button, hypothetically speaking, and it will erase all of your problems now, tomorrow you'll have all those problems again. That's where hard work comes in. One of the staples, like one of the gifts. We were talking about gifts earlier, so let's go tie up to like Christmas. Oh, by the way, Merry Christmas, everyone. It's been the 25th for 1 hour now. Sorry, Procol. Merry Christmas from the US. It's actually Christmas for. Oh yeah, it's also Christmas for Bree now. I hope Bree is sleeping well. In the line of gift, one of the biggest gifts, in my opinion, that humans have is the ability to learn and to like intuit process-oriented experience. And nowadays, I would like, I'm a little contentious about this, but I would say is one of like 4 very important gifts, but it's like the one gift that can make AI questionable. And that's the gift of critical thinking and problem solving skills. It's creating judgment calls. All of this predicates on that experience. And judgment calls, intuition, like that's one of the biggest, almost still mystery boxes and inconceivable things that you have being born human. And yet I feel like the vast majority of younger people right now prefer to not use it because they find no reward in using it. And it's not like they're going out of their way to avoid it. It's going back to what Prokos said earlier, where it's difficult to appreciate, like I responded by, it's difficult to appreciate and miss something when you have not experienced it yourself. So I still conservatively said that I can't possibly miss the loving company of a partner if I haven't experienced it. I can understand the concept of it and the depictions of those things. And yet, even with all my objectivity and subjectivity and my long history of behavior that would, you know, maybe say it might not be as extreme as you might anticipate, until that happens, human experience is incredibly unpredictable. So what part is bigger of the human experience? When you have a pie chart, the destination that people really like, the results, the instant gratification that they want represents this. The rest, that's the process. So if you spent most of your life trying to chase after this small little pie, well, how could you possibly expect anyone to be able to appreciate the rest of the pie? Like, I enjoy 90% of the things that I'm doing. Don't get me wrong, I also enjoy this part, but this part is fleeting. I'll illustrate my point from yesterday. Someone came by, they're like, I've talked to them before and they have their own perspective, but they told me that, hey, almost a year, 351 days or something like that. I forgot what it was yesterday. So 352 days. That's almost a year. Congrats. And I'm like, yes, thank you. Yeah, 352 is a very long time. But it wasn't because, in my opinion, that flattery was the idea that it was 352 and it was almost a year. Rarely is that, in my opinion, that person was referring to, oh man, that's a lot of things you did. And they appreciate the amount of things I did in 352 days. The answer is probably no. Right? It's inconceivable. But I do have a strong counter-argument for myself from the internet perspective. It is conceivable for someone like me to think that someone else from a Gen Z perspective can conceive what they did in 352 days. Because in Gen Z style, a lot of times people stick to the same thing. And even then when they try to stick to the same thing, there's still some changes that you can notice. But I can tell you now, when you are doing something for a very long time and you still lack critical thinking skills and problem solving skills, you will likely continue to do the same thing. As in, it will become a grind, it will become tedious, and you'll passively do it. And so, ironically here, that person that was complimenting me, that is the same thing to me as saying, boy, you're also talented. Or, oh, you're very dedicated. Like, I'm being a stickler now. But when someone says dedicated or keep up the grind, or I appreciate the grind and the motivation. All of these things have also lost their meaning. To me, personally. Like, I'm being a little snobby about this now. It's because all this stuff, it dwarfs hard work. It makes hard work seem trivial. Like, it generalizes it and summarizes it. Like, oh man, like, I wish I had the motivation to study with WaniKani for 352 days. If only I had the motivation or the grind mentality, or I'm very dedicated, or I have talent. No, it's way more complicated than that. And I'm not gonna beat around the bush. It's not rose-colored goggles and whatnot. It's very hard for whoever that just said that to me. If you think that you can come up and say, oh, it's just this, congratulations, that's all that shows up, like that's all you're curious about, then I would say, yes, it's probably going to be because I'm incredibly motivated, of which you are not, or I can grind harder than you for some whatever reason, or I'm somehow magically more specially dedicated than you are, or I'm somehow more talented than you are. And that's kind of what I want to dispel for people. The moment you say, I'm not very motivated, I'm going to, or the moment you say, I'm very motivated, and they want to study Japanese, my first question to them is, how do you motivate yourself to learn Japanese? Right? Because the first thing I want to know is, what do they know about their motivations, their grind mentality, their dedication, and their talents? And how does that relate to their perception of me being someone who are these things? Because if they're gonna go and say that to me, I hope that they understand that they can do it too. Like, it's actually the opposite. I don't want it to make it sound like, you know, oh yeah, I'm super special. If you can't, if you can't do this, you must be dumb. First of all, that's really insensitive, which we already talked about. Or I can do this, and I'm gonna tell you now, it's not easy if you're already not on the same page. But we can totally start somewhere. And one day, you know, 2 or 3 years down the line or something, you're gonna, I hope that you find that you love the thing. Like, you can even do things that you hate at first, as long as you choose it, right? Like, we're talking about choosing to do things and not obligation. If you choose to do something, you can also choose to do things you don't like at first, and they become the things that you love later, right? That's hard work is something that is incredibly different from, arguably, there is talent. Like, I'm not saying these things don't exist. There is talent, and there's quote unquote dispositions, disabilities, and there are all those things too, right? Weighing those things is important. Not being able to contextualize them in the grand scheme of process, which is 99% of the rest. This is how small the world is. This is how, in my opinion, this is how small your view of your life is. Your view is in all the goals you have only. Like, you only view life as goals. Well, those goals are only reached in a very small percentage of your life. You could even make small goals. Go ahead. You can make small goals. Even small goals still barely compare in the long run to all the other times you're going to be doing something. So I think that is what's going to be the hot take in the future. And I'm building something for myself personally so that maybe I don't have to explain it in the future. Like, when someone tells me, like, oh yeah, you only Oh, which by the way, that's what happened to that Neverwinter person. Even despite having all the other material available, that person thought that I only play MMOs and I only play Neverwinter online, and that I know nothing about anything else and have no self-awareness or no coping mechanisms with the landscape of the MMORPG, Western MMORPG industry, because all they watched was one of my videos and it happens to be on Neverwinter Online. And this is a person who claims that they got on a boat, pedaled away, and learned what hard work is, and also learned how to exercise compassion and talk like they're older than me and more experienced than me, while saying asinine comments like, oh, I watched one of your videos, so therefore, that's the extent of your experience. Even when a person clicks on a video from a channel with 2,000 videos in it of someone doing something for over 300 days straight, it was not sufficient to make someone who claims they understand the hardships, the adversity, the process of learning and problem solving and coping and managing, even then, it was not enough. Crazy. I know. And you might be thinking, maybe that was a fluke. 9 out of 10 people, that happens. It's one of those things, even close people, oh, hey, what kind of music you listen to? It's well, I listen to quite a lot of music. But what type of music do you want to specifically talk about? And they're well, I listen to a kind of music, and you probably never heard of any of these, right? And then they start linking music and well, it's in my Discord. And I also talked about this music. I also played the video game that you linked that music. It's on my channel. I actually recorded the entire thing. I even listened to the music during the game that you're linking. So regardless of whether you make the information available or the demonstration available, there's also a need to create infrastructure for it. And we'll see if it works. I don't know. I could fail really horribly in 10 years. I do think that I am setting up for my 40s though. Some very spicy teasers. 40, I'll probably write a book. I'll probably write a book when I'm 40. And there's a chance I might self-print a tabletop game. I will probably record a masterclass. And those are kind of a few bucket lists that's going to come out of this thing. So let's see if those things happen. What kind of book? It's going to be an anthology of short stories. Anthology of short stories. And it will be regarding temporally restricted cultural aspect of those short stories. So it will be temporally restricted, as in most of the short stories are going to be out of time, out of place, and then they're going to be applied to the current culture. I don't know if I'm going to write a new book every year or something like that, I think it's going to be more like a pseudo memoir or an essay or something like that, an essay review. And if you want to know what kind of book I'm really aiming at, John Green written something. And credits go to him, in my opinion, because he's very inspirational. It's called The Anthropocene Reviewed. I can't spell Anthropocene. I think that's how you spell Anthropocene. Reviewed. It's going to be an essay on my collective anecdotes. And those anecdotes are then going to be researched in a way that I feel is very compelling and informing to contextualize it in the current landscape. And so my audience is going to be geared towards very specific people, while also reflecting my generational status. So I will be speaking from kind of like a millennial American, Asian American perspective on how to interpret these anecdotes from a Gen Z, like how I can make it relevant to the Gen Z target audience or something like that. And it's specifically the internet thing. So and it's what I've been doing for a while now. So I've been doing these essays, quote unquote. The Anthropocene Review is a collection of essays by John Green that was a collection of like ideas that came from their podcast, where he talked about multiple subject matters and then they collectively put together. So each chapter is a new topic, and I have already been working on these essays. Like today, there are already 2 essays that I've used. You triggered one of them, which is the idea of talent, being talented. The other one that I used was hard work versus smart work, or both. Shining, the whole idea of make things come to you. Make things come to you versus expecting, or like causing things to change for you. So these are 2 opposing concepts. Like one I live by now, and one I detract from. And it can be both, right? So do you like to change things around you to meet your expectations, or do you work on things to have things become more available to you, like things come to you? So are you drawing in attention, or are you like ripping, like you're taking attention, like you're trying to manipulate the attention? So one way is like, for example, you do something really well, passionately as a content creator, and then attention comes to you. The other way is you antagonize something, and then you gaslight and try to encourage other people to believe you. That's trying to shape your audience versus having your you influence your audience, like in a different way. Like influence is 2 different ways. I haven't found an elegant way of expressing this yet, so that's why it requires like essay working and whatnot. Process, right? We talked about process and destination, or results, right? Results brown stuff. Procol and I kind of talked about value systems, like percents and percents of small values versus large percents. Large percentages of small values versus small percentages of large values. The list kind of goes on. I would say solid 20, maybe 20 chapters. So it could be 1 book, it could be 2 books. They could be really short. I don't know. It's a collective of all of my YouTube ramblings. It'll be fun to write it. I would love to sit down one day and iron them out, and I don't know how that's gonna work. I still have my 40s. My 40s, I call it I think my 40s is gonna be like midlife crises. Midlife MAKU. The midlife of my experience. I've been working on this for quite a lot now. Nothing is set in stone though. In my 40s, I could end up getting a job that I really love, someone approached me, maybe I would start a company that I said I would never start. It can all happen, right? But for now, I know that I've set myself up to do something. And the only way that I would not do this is something else even more attractive comes along. Attraction, right? So I keep doing the best I can no matter what I do and no matter what life throws at me. But if something else more important and even shinier comes along, I'm ready for it. I've been preparing myself for it. So today's digression started with relationships. Whoever the stranger is, if they say hello and they share their life stories with me, let's start, right? I'm prepared to take those opportunities. And constantly placing myself in a situation where I'm accessible, like me as a person is accessible, will allow me to continuously apply my skills. So, book, it's gonna be unremarkable in the sense of that book is not filled with hot takes. It's filled with anyone who's interested in saying, well, what would MAKU say about this? Like, what would he be thinking about this? And for the record, if I become 50 and I write a new book about that 40-year-old MAKU, it would be the same perspective. Like, what was I thinking back then? Like, then I get to reflect on my old stuff. And that's where journal, like when you're journal keeping and you're like recording this, like I'm recording this, that's where it comes in. Where like, dang, you know what? That was a great idea back then. And you know what? You might be thinking, like, some people are like, but how are you gonna sift through all of your YouTube videos if you're using it are you journaling this? Are you transcribing this somewhere? AI. Like, hear me out. Some people say like, oh, what am I going to use AI? How do you use AI properly? Like, what are you going to use AI for that isn't like stealing other people's content and all that argument, like you're not going to have novel ideas and stuff. Record keeping is exceptional. How did libraries organize all that information? The Dewey Decimal System. How did your MP3 get all organized so you can always find the tracks that you want to revisit and then look at? Automation. So the stuff that I'm recording now, the more that I can record, the more I can leverage machine learning in the future and AI to use to help me reflect on all the things that make me human. So that is, in my opinion, I'm kind of spoiling it because I'm a very patient person. I think if someone says I'm not a patient person, I want to hear their case. But I would say I'm a fairly patient person. The stuff I placed into motion, this stuff that I'm doing today, was planned 7 years ago. And the stuff I'm saying now is in another 7 years. And that's kind of how like the process works. Like I'm setting the foundations for a lot of things. It feels like I'm always doing something new, but I have already planned those things as they're staggered. So that it's like kind of saying, how do you have a winery that is constantly putting out 30-year-old wines? They started, and then they planned. You can start wine 1 year, and then it becomes a 2-year wine. But then you start new wine 1 year ago, at 1 year. So then you'll have 3-year wine when you have 2-year wine, which you start with 1-year wine. This is hard work. This is process-oriented thinking. You're starting things in staggered states. So oftentimes it might feel like someone, like a successful person or someone like, how do you come up with all of these ideas? Like, don't you ever run out of ideas? Well, you come up with new ideas while you're working on your existing ideas. Right? You set the stage for things. How far do you think I've thought about these things? Like, I can tell you that I am not anywhere that much farther or that much behind from where I thought I was going to be 7 years ago. When I thought that, I'm going to go stream something, right? There were some funny, some fun surprises along the way that I could highlight in the book or something like that happened, but they were like a small section of the 7 years. Like there was this year and a half with stream raiders and things like that. They're still not that great. It's the whole totality of the thing. And I think other people will be able to appreciate this when they start understanding what it's like to plan things, execute them, and know that delayed gratification has got you, right? Like delayed gratification can pay back. It pays back, like it can bring people to tears, in my opinion. It can bring the most foolhardy skeptic to tears when you start doing something. You plan them and you keep on doing them and you keep staggering them, and you realize now not only do you not have instant gratification, you have staggered delay gratification. That book you were working on, well, you were also printing out a video game. That video game is related to the book that you published 3 months ago. And so you release the game that you were working on that's tied to the book. And then that game is related to your, Instagram channel, which is related. All these things can be built over time, right? Over time is the most important thing to talk about. You're building things over time. If you keep thinking like, how does this person do all these things all at once? They don't. Like, it's so absurd. Online, it makes it feel like they all do it at once. Like, if I told you that I came up with 36 ideas today that's gonna go in a book tomorrow in 5 years, it might feel like it happened overnight, but it didn't. I have cultivated these stories. Like, I'm 38 years old. Most of these stories happened in the last 32 years of my life. So it didn't just happen overnight. And that's kind of a very important topic that I will probably carry for the rest of my life. Like people don't, I do really earnestly feel it's very difficult for younger people to understand because they haven't lived that long, right? So we have to keep that in mind. I was only young once. So when I was younger, I also thought of the same way. So time dilates as one gets older. However, it is also the responsibility of older people to not exaggerate that. Because if you exaggerate that, then what is it going to feel like, in my opinion? What is it going to feel like when you have a 40-year-old who's still relying on instant gratification to make meaning of their life? Well, the last time I checked, a 40-year-old, instant gratification happens in the framework of weeks and months. Are they ever going to be able to appreciate what they have done over 40 years of their life if the closest thing that gives them gratification is less than a year? I think that is one of the things that are so out of touch right now, currently, with the human condition. As you grow older, it gets harder and harder to appreciate the things that only happen in a short period of time, because most of the stuff that you're doing now requires that you would have done it for a very long time. Studying, college education, working on a passion project, even appreciating that a video game takes 7 years to make, and you take a dump on it as though you haven't ever done anything for 7 years. Like, I know people are entitled to their opinions, and they are in a way they can be angry about those things. What I don't see is also the concession and the understanding that demonstrates to me they understand that the stuff that they're consuming takes a very long time to make, and it is not so trivial to take a dump on them like so easily. It's more like a painful dump, in my opinion. Like, if you've been waiting for a game for 10 years, like Okami, the first thing I would check myself at is my passion and my hype, and think I shouldn't take a dump on Okami 2 if it was like, it doesn't meet my 10-year lofty experience with all the instant gratification that I have up to that point. Right? Anyways, that's another topic, by the way. The one big topic that's pretty a hot potato is instant gratification. Instant versus delayed. And then legacy. Legacy and what is it? Legacy and materials. I don't think this is well developed yet. But the difference between legacy and materials. One is inherently always with you, and the other may not always be with you. The permanence of materials can give you some things, but the permanence of legacy can give you another thing. And it is with both of these that create a nearly ironclad way of feeling like you're doing something. You are both creating things with materials, and you are building legacy at the same time. If you don't have one or the other, then usually it shows up in your behavior. Whenever you're never building legacy, whenever you're like relying on materials, for example, like you have to build something in order to feel like you've done something. Anytime when you're not actively doing that and you're feeling upset, it can be because of the absence of legacy, the perspective of legacy. And then when you have legacy and then you suddenly are always talking about how you're lacking materials or things to like reflect upon, it's a lack of materials, like actualization. Like, for example, you know you did a lot of things, but you didn't write it down. The actual material that you're writing it down and it's kept and archived, that is the material you have generated. So it's usually one or the other a lot of times. Some people who feel like their life is useless, they're not doing anything with their life, probably lack of materialized things that represent the thing that they have. And then there are people who say, oh, they have a lot of things that remind them of what they do, but they don't understand the meaning of it. Like, they don't feel satisfied or understand meaning. That's legacy. As in, there isn't anything connecting what all the things you're acquiring. Like, you made a game. What does that represent to you? It's your legacy. That kind of thing. So, two different things. Anyways. All right. Now I'm really... unfortunately, this is going to get longer because most of the lessons that I went through are also going to end up on the review stack. Okay, let's just try to see how much we remember here. All I can remember is push. What was their thing? It's not recommend. Is it? Oh no. How do you insist on something? Heck. I didn't even look at the mnemonic. Dang it. Infer. Okay. We'll keep that in mind. Nugget, what?
投げ捨てる。
投げ捨てる。
込める。
込める。It insists upon itself. Peter, oh no. Peter G. Do I know this Peter G? What does G stand for? I'm not well read. Drama. It can't be abbreviated. Griffin. Oh, wait. Hold up. What episode is that? When would Peter Griffin say it insists upon itself? It's not like it's not one of the episodes where Peter Griffin is suddenly like smart, is it? Oh, because of the Oh, right, because of the Godfather movie. No, I remember now. That's a good one. I mean, what I mean is that's a good way to remember it insists upon itself. Aren't you excited about your future? I'm sorry. Like, talking about the future kind of just gets me really excited. It's Christmas, it's near the end of the year. New Year's is around the Gregorian New Year's is around the corner. And all I can think about is like, man, I have so many things for 2026. I've been taking it really chill this December. Like, I was going over all the stuff that I have set up.
申し込む。
申し込む。Okay. Boom Pro. I'm excited for Boom Pro. I'm really excited. I can't wait to see what it's like. We're probably gonna do sentence diagramming. Like, I'm gonna probably adapt English sentence diagramming to experimentally explain to visualize Japanese grammar. That's a fun experiment that I want to mess around with. What is this? Kakikomo. Oh, to like fill in. Oh yeah, to fill in, to write in. Okay. Focuses more on the physical action of writing than kaku on its own. This is because it stresses that you're putting it into some space, yeah. To fill in, or to fill out, sure. You're excited for future in 2 years? Oh yeah, the Japanese thing. Listen, drama, just go take the N1, pass it, and say, yeah, it was easy. Oh yeah, and you get to go in 2 weeks? Drama, you gotta take some pictures, alright? I set this to Gecko when he went on his like vacation cruise or something. You gotta make a scavenger hunt for yourself. Like, I know you have a camera phone, right? So it would be kind of fun to have like take a picture and be like, yo, check this out. You remember when we talked about this? Here it is. But I haven't like really processed what those things could be and like where you're going. It would be far easier. I mean, it would be a little bit more related to like a Dragon. If you played a Like a Dragon game and you are going to visit like Fukuoka, Nagoya. I think you mentioned Osaka, but I don't know if you're going Kansai most of the time. And then there's also like Hiroshima, Yokohama. At those places, for me, like scavenger hunts are just like off Like a Dragon, basically. Like, here's the real world thing. Nailed it. I think when I visit Japan, which will be within the next 2 years, actually, probably within the next 2 or 3 years, with and where my secret like mission is to also like capture all the marks. So in like the next 2 years, I'm gonna be planning like where I'm gonna record keep for like the Easter egg stuff. By the way, it's literally a game mechanic in Like a Dragon. Like now, like you have to go around taking pictures of landmarks. Like in their recent game, Infinite Wealth, it takes place in Hawaii, largely like Honolulu, and you have to go around taking pictures. And my only thought is, I know this is a game mechanic, and it's not as exciting when you only think of it as a game mechanic, but boy howdy, when you think of it as a possible life experience, that's when it gets good. I recently watched Lilo and Stitch, the live action film, and because of Like a Dragon, I geographically knew where they were. Not to take a jab at our last conversation drama, but stories don't end with the story itself. It's laced in our tapestry of our life's experience. Did that sound elegant? I'm not an elegant person. Maybe one day I'll have like a eloquent way with words. Okay.
書き込む
Kakikomu is fine. That's self-explanatory. Run alongside. Oh! Oh, this is a bad Hanzi for me. What is this? Yen? Yen? Yeah, heckin' yen. This is not gonna help you. This is even worse, probably. There's a tsunami coming, so you put your fins on and open your mouth wide and try to run alongside it. It was really tough, even using Hanzuhiro's structure. What does yen line up with? What does this look like? Doesn't look like Thai. Yu? It could be yu. Eh! Oh, N. Oh, N is actually... No, that's right. That's what yen lines up with. N. What is another example of N? Institution? No, that's in. In is ying. So ying and ying often comes off with in. End is yen. Is there a shen? There's another example of an N. I don't remember what it is right now. Let's go look. I think it's tied with... Oh no, I don't think it's tied with any of these things. Possibly fins. Lead. Oh, that's qian. Qian. So most of these yens end up being ends. What is this? Yen. This is yen. So it's n. What else we got? I think this is so much fun. I don't know if people like this. Why does it matter? Because we're looking for cool patterns. Hang on, let's type in n for a moment. N is still n. Yen, right? Yen. Where's yen? N for yen, right? So it looks like yen gets that too. So it's really this part. Banquet? Banquet is... Oh no. Oh no. Banquet is yen. Prolong? Oh... No. Oh wait. Prolong is... Oh no. That kind of falls apart for prolong. Wait. Does it? The only one that I can think about is... no, I don't think this is the same one. I'm not sure if I have one for that yet. Aid? Far. Far is yuan. Yuan. This is yen. Dan. Oh, no, wait. Not Dan. This is yen. Yen. It's so cool. I love doing this. Alright. We got enough. We know this. We know this. We're good. Run alongside. Alongside is fine. It doesn't have to be run alongside, but along. Along is good. Alongside. It's self-explanatory. Okay. Crowd of people. Oh, is this the komi? Oh, it is.
人混み
Yeah, hitokomi. So that's where you get the... Okay. Hitokomi is fine. Stain. Makes sense. Stain or dye or pollution. Do I have something other than stain? I mean, other than sen? Do I have to stain? Oh, I do. Like, somi. Somi?
シミ
Shimi? How dare you change it? Alright. Pretty sure it's someru, I think. Is it someru? Yeah. How dare you, Shimimi? It's a special read. What the? Okay, I can shimi.
シミ
We need to write something for this. Centaur. Die. Meat. Stain. Not sure that's enough. And sheep. I really have to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. That might be a little too much information. The centaurs. Let's see. The centaur dyes their meat. Dyes and stains their shimi. Alright. Okay. Origin. Oh, that looks like origin. This is probably gen. Gen is gen. This is a read holder. Oh, you know what? This is kind of yen too, but though, huh? Yeah, it's gen. Origin. Is this like a formal one or what are we doing here? Oh, I don't know yet. Genji. Oh, that Genji. Gen makes sense. In origin. Minamoto. Interesting. Does this have anything to do with Minamoto, like the name, origin? Okay.
書き込む
Komu.
人混み
シミ
Shimi. Eh? Ah, that was a freebie. Very nice. To be died. Okay, so this has got to be Momaru.
染まる
Somaru. Oh no, not Momaru. Somaru. Somaru. This is the intransitive. That's fine. To be died. The light. Wait. Handgun. Thanksgiving. Not Thanksgiving. Turkey. And lack. Or arrow. Hold up. The light. It's not the same as comfort. This is kan. It does look like a kan, but I don't know. What's happening? I feel like I don't have this. If I do have this, then my brain is not functioning anymore. I do not have this. When is it gonna come up as a Hanzi? The light. I don't see it anywhere. What? This is Japanified? I don't really know. Alright, well this is a delight. Okay, so they look at this as a makeshift arrow as opposed to a handgun on top of a turkey. Oh, because the turkey doesn't have the stroke on top, I see. Wait, maybe it's not considered as having... Okay. We'll check later. So arrow is what this turkey lacks. For turkey, this is a delight. Doesn't help. Khan. Delight is what Genghis Khan felt when he saw his turkey friend Sans in arrow. I don't know how I feel about that. It looks like Khan. The light is kind of weird. To make dirty. It's not oh.
汚す
Yokosu is sounds about right. It's generally note that yokosu is generally used for making things physically dirty, and then yeah. Then we had kegasu along with the other too dirty. Yogoeru and kegairu. Okay.
汚す
Alright, that's fine. Excuse. Iyaku? No. Oh, excuse. This is using reason. So reason is wake. Iwake. Okay. Sure. Consent. Oh, Chung? What does Chung line up with? What is this even considering? Child. Okay, I see the two-stroke. Tofu? Oh no. Oh no, that's water. Oh, I can kind of see it. Consent? I feel like we're gonna also place petition. Oh no. Not consent. Oh no, that's not it. I have undertake. Yeah, this is undertake. Chung. Interesting. It's not the same. Consent, huh? Sure for Chung. Interesting. A child will ask if they want 2 waters because they need a grown-up's consent. The shogun allows. Okay, that's fine. Interesting. This is used completely. Oh, wait, it's very different. Okay.
Somaru. Yogosu.
Let's see. Whoops.
Iiwake.
To stuff. Yeah, that's stuff. All right. Tsumekomu. The cram in, yeah.
詰め込む
Tsumekomu. Okay. Branch. Key. It's probably key. Etta! Oh, it went straight to Kun. Oh, please tell me, like, this has got to be key written all over it, right? Oh my gosh, Etta. Oh no. Okay. So what do we have? Tree. Branch. Still branch. And the air of the trees and branches were painted by Da. That sucks. It sucks that's not. Tell me this is key. Oh my gosh, it's just Eda. Edamame. Interesting. Oh, that kind of makes sense though. Edamame. Blood. Yep, blood type. Makes sense. Kit. 血液か Gata. What is this gata? You just randomly decide. All right, we're just gonna throw in some rendaku to kunyomi. Nice. All right, it's fine. No interest. Oh yeah, just no interest. There exists no interest. There does not exist interest.
興味がない
Yeah, it's fine. Beans? Give me do or do. Oh, okay, I'll take do. It's kind of a toss-up. Wow. Sorry. Wrong, I made a typo.
血液型
Etsugigata.
詰め込む
Or just to stuff, I guess. What? Oh, whoops. I've been typing Q, not Kyo.
興味がない
Alright, we're getting close. We're getting close. Yeah, no more shenanigans. Can't shenanigans any longer. To agree. San, okay. Suru verb. So sansei suru. Okay, that's fine. Rot. Oh, give me fu. Yep, rot. We're good to go. Fu is fu. Surrender. Descend. Descend, participate. Interesting. Interesting. Shou-san?
高三
Oh-san, whoops. Ko-san. Glasses, okay. 眼睛. 眼睛 would be, ooh. Oh, this is like
Megane.
Megane. Just for the kanji, just for the kanji. But megane is written in kana most of the time. Or katakana, really. This word can also be read as kankyo. Interesting. Or gankyo. But usually only on official documents. Okay. The reading for this is the same, yes. Exception. The reading for is an exception, totally different. It shares a reading with gold. You're right. Oh yeah. Fine. Then are we going with, oh no, we're not going with kunyomi. So when you're this thin, your soul is visible. You're so sick that, okay, you're so sick that you've come to look like a humble stool. Thin ear. Alright. Yaseru. Soushin. I don't know this thing. We're gonna keep going here. Deal with it
賛
tomorrow.
成する
Sunset. What did they want for this? Like, oh no, I typed Ryan twice. Rot? Ryan, that's fine. I know they're trying to go for like the part of speech, but rot is fine.
降参
Son. That does look like a soul. Soul for search. Soul. That's the blender. This thing here.
Megane
Hang on there. Okay. 3 more. Okay, meeting. Interesting. With welcome. I don't know what this is going to be. I can only think of ge.
迎え
Mukae. Muka? Oh, invite. To invite. Alright. I think I'm okay with that. Be damaged. Probably use like Izu.
痛む
Itamu. Oh, it overlaps with pain. Okay, Itamu. Okay. All right. I got you. I got you. Hereafter. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Equal. I wonder if that has any relation to equal, the other equal, or the conjugated equal.
迎え
痛む
以降
Equal. Alright, so I know I have 40 in the stack. We're gonna come back to that 40 right like soon. I just need to take a quick bathroom break. And then we'll get the 40. It's pretty quick, it's fresh in my head, so I'll be right back. Oh, yikes, splatter. Alright. I guess we're gonna just do these 40 right off the bat. Let's see how well I can remember this. This is gonna be a little tough.
Kakuchou.
ちょ
拡大
I'm just gonna stick with enlargement. One is like zoom. I think zoom was kakudai. It's fine.
Nonu.
No new. Like payments. No sweat. Sweat for what?
蒸れる
Mureru. To get hot and sticky. Oh no. Manipulate. Soul is manipulated with what? Something about... Something about like eating... No. Is it 2 apples? Something about, what is this? This is chastity, right? Like me something will be. Misao.
ミサオ
Heck.
広がる
Oh no. Ah! King. Holy. Heck. Oh, I really thought it was Shoal. Oh no, wait. Holy.
Kangi.
Tobikomi. Heck, it's heck, diving in.
体操
I saw.
Reizouko.
Okay. Heck.
熟語
Google.
売れる
Something about the samurai is forced to alter with the brush. Oh no. This is so good. Oh no, it was okay. What's the samurai doing? Like he had to carry all the stuff, right? That's the problem. You have to carry all the stuff. Was a slave. Oh, and you were liberating him? Right? Today? This one kind of sucked too. Oh, is it like
ま
mata?
た
Wait, was this still storehouse? Heck? Oh, no, I was just kidding. I'm pausing on this. Far more than I would like to. And now it's gone. Like the blank. Save. Circle. Got the burner going. Oh.
成熟
Edge. Cool. Spit out. If you like get stuff in your mouth, right? You would also. Huh? What is another way to like vomit? It's vomit or spit, but I forgot what their main thing is. Throw up or something? Oh, this is not good. It's like, right, it was the same as... That doesn't help. Oh, that definitely doesn't. It's pure for the one. We're not looking for pure. Looking for stylish.
簡単
Shku. Heck. Oh, I think I'm gonna need to differentiate between this and... Yeah, I'm gonna have to differentiate between this and the... Oh no, no, wait, that's chastity though. So... But this is the one that I was thinking of. 操る。
操る
操る。なってる。操る。うん。
未熟
Dang it, it's gone. uh, something about like a taco. Correct. Oh, tate. Oh my gosh. I don't know what it is. Is it vertical? Oh yeah, it's vertical.
Sosa.
Oh, Penui. Penui. Okay. Supply the Nostradamus. It's short. By marrying what? Something like sa. There's something before sa. Heck. It's definitely something with sa in it. Second syllable sa. Obi?
収める
収める。It's not slave. Or is it? No. But it's still... Oh, I can get away with slave. Huh.
蒸気
Okay.
Kura.
Ah!
地蔵収納
Shuno. Heck. Accepted supply. Wait. taken by is like, oh my. It's kind of like storing. All right, and then we'll go over. Oh, the other stuff is gonna be split too. Oh, this is gonna be a weird unit. Things are gonna be split. Maybe I will flip the schedule. Oh no, but Persona. Oh, Phantom X is tomorrow. Oh, I don't want to start that late. I guess we're just gonna skip the 40. Dang. We went way too ham. Alright. Oh, actually some of the 40. Oh no, the 40. Oh, we don't have to skip the 40. The 40 is from today. This is the doubling, so we gotta do the other half. Okay. It's fine. We're good. We have less to do tomorrow, so it's gonna be like really quick. Alright, let's go over our radicals first. And then not think about them again. Catapult. I don't think anything was sticking out right. Member. Claw. Slice. And boot. Yeah, we're good. Alright, let's go over our undo. Alright, let's do our defs. Definitions. So just gonna write organ. Valuable. Rice bowl. Spit is fine. Or vomit. One of these is something else too. Outside of slave. I think it might actually be this one that's slightly different. We'll look at it. Don't remember what you... Oh. Yeah, one of these slaves are different. Shrink. Your... Heck. Wait. Do I have two pures as well? I feel like one of these are different too. Interesting. Stylish is rough. Holy. Oh no. The poop. I don't know. Deep red. Shoot. Curtain. Darn. Oh, darn. I don't even remember the read. I remember the read, but I don't remember. Oh, I almost had it. Oh, no. Oh, I remember this one, though. This one's Magnet. I don't remember this. Something about the MAKU is supposed to be wonder? No. Starts with a W. Alright, let's go over here. You overlap with something else. Recommend. Brandish. Oh, no, wait. Heck, that's not Brandish. What are you? Oh. How do you, like... making a push. Son of a bee sting. Oh, this is Brandish. There's alongside. Origin. All I can think about is like joyful or delight. Consent. Branch. Bean. Rot. Bin. The double dry. I'll go through the others first. All right. Zombie. E. Done. I'm gonna use hat. I didn't write this yet, but we're gonna use hat. Doggo. Ray gun. Shook. June. Taco and swing. Saber. Jesus. Oh. Shaman. Mac. Mac. Do I get it? Do I have any? Oh, it's haiku? Still don't know what it is though. I remember reads more superiorly a lot of times now. It's the way. Centaur? Do I know you too? I think I do. Why do I think it's key? I feel like you're key. Does that help? No. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, this is key. I don't know what that is. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think this is key. And Genji. Han. Shogun? Yeah, Shogun. Oh, no, wait. Is this the key? Oh, no. Alright, we have a problem. We have too many keys, I think. Tokyo. Cool. Seoul. Alright. Let's look at this. Warship. Ugh. We'll probably rewrite that tomorrow. Overstaying our welcome here. Oh, that is... Oh, no, it is sweet. Oh, no. Infer. Let's see. I might have to write something for infer. Swing. And then we have to check for this key. That is key. So, what are you? Are you key too? Oh no, it's Eda. Oh no. Dad. It and dad. Okay. Oh, right. Unlocked routine. Zo. E. Don. I think Don is Onyomi. A is Kunyomi. And Tsu So we're just gonna go with like 2. Oh, we need to check which one is. Oh, this is it. Do for dude. Okay. Yeah, instead of slave. I did slave because both of them are tied together. So kind of re slave. Shku shrink. June pure, and now we have 2 pures. Oh no. It's still wait. Oh no, it's not. It's vertical. No. Everything is gone to it's gone. It's time to retire. All right. All right, that makes more sense now. Yeah, tate is vertical. Kun tate. Sweet for stylish. Se holy. Ji magnet. Ko deep bread. Shot. Shoot, that's MAKU. I think MAKU might actually be kunyomi. It's not. Intriguing. I worship. Then recommend. Sweet infer. E. Brandish. I'm pretty sure this is key. Okay, we gotta double check now. N alongside Yen origin. Un delight. Show consent. Eda branch. O bean. U rot and soul in. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani's lesson day. We had like 4.5. What is that? 5.5? 5.5 hours of yapping. Alright, that's a wrap for level, what is this? Level 34? I don't remember. Anyways, that's our lesson day for level up. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're always free to come on by, yap a little, talk about things, you know, share some life stories. There's been a lot of interesting topics today. Personal shares. We kind of bounced off a lot of things, tons of things, and this tends to happen before the New Year's, so not too uncommon. It's uncommon when the escape of the year, but I have a lot to say at the end of the year. I tend to do a lot of self-reflection and planning, or you know, validating and making sure that all things are still moving ahead as usual. So it would be interesting to hear other people's quote-unquote New Year's resolution or self-reflections. You're more than welcome. Merry Christmas, right, to the to the NA, to the Western Hemisphere, I suppose, the NASA region, right, the Western Hemisphere. And then I hope everyone had a great Christmas currently having and had a wonderful Christmas in the Eastern Hemisphere. Right. Until then, until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう。Thank you for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up and walk around and stretch for quite a little bit, and I'll be back for Hanzo Hero. Thank you. Alright, take care. That emote though.